All right, here it goes. Let's trade it. I did not. Buckets. We'll just call this stream buckets, okay? We'll call it buckets. Is that acceptable? Call it buckets. Buckets. All right, there we go. And then there we go. Ultra Deluxe. That's the name of it. There we go. Buckets. There we go. No. No. I'm gonna no subtitles. No, I haven't. Is it just a slider until the computer is barely visible? It looks like it's barely visible for the stream. Hey, Sci-Fi! I'm going to go with what the OBS looks like on there. That's barely visible there. We'll go with that one. Okay. All right. Okay.
Soft kitty, warm kitty, little ball of fur. Happy kitty, sleepy kitty, purr.
I do like Dinkum. You made the game extremely funny. I would give it a go vote for Saturday. So one day playing time and this one day. We'll see what's up. We'll see what's up. When we get to the end of playing this one, we'll make decisions then. I'm not. Dinkum had a pretty good amount of it, so we might try it again later. I don't know. We'll see. You are playing the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. Let's just begin the game. The end is never. Okay. The end is loading. Okay.
This is the story of a man named Stanley. Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427. Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every year. And although others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job. And Stanley was happy.
Okay.
And then one day, something very peculiar happened. Something that would forever change Stanley.
Young
Something
man.
he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed up to give him instructions, call a
Tasty
meeting,
goodness has
or
arrived.
even say
Thanks for the bitty
hi.
bits, man, and thank you,
Never in
Zobane,
all
for
his
the tier
years
2,
at the
man.
company had this happened. This complete isolation.
Tasty goodness
Something
has
was
arrived.
very clearly wrong.
And thank you for getting the sub,
Shocked,
Mr. Vito.
frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office.
Oh. Okay. Can I press anything on the keyboards? Can I crouch in this game? You can crouch. Okay, that's a win already. It's not a toggle though. No. Let me see if I can see the settings here. Controls. Forward, back, right. Okay, we do have jump. We have interact as E. Also an additional interaction at E. Crouch is control. Auto walk. We have an auto walk too. Oh, and I just hold that and it does the auto walk. Okay, cool. Is there... Total Blood Red, thank you very much! I can't jump yet, though. And there's a coffee cup. I hate Mondays. Is this in Monday? Yeah, it does. That's a typical mug, okay. Okay.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
Who farted? Okay, okay. I see a trace. I mean, there's pencils everywhere. Does that count? Number one dad. Okay, pretty typical. Can we go in these doors? No.
Stanley clicked on literally every single door in the office because he doesn't pick up well on cues from his environment.
Oh, that was actually pretty good. Okay. I'm gonna continue to do it. I'm gonna continue to do it. I don't care.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Maybe Dinkum's in the right door. I can't. It won't even let me interact with it. This feels like a big life decision here. Most people are saying go right.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
I'm still checking the doors just in case.
Yes, truly a room worth admiring. It had really been worth the detour after all, just to spend a few moments here in this immaculate, beautifully constructed room. Stanley simply stood here, drinking it all in. Yes, really, really worth it being here in the room. A room so utterly captivating that even though all your co-workers have mysteriously vanished, here you sit looking at these chairs and some paintings. Really worth it. At this point, Stanley's obsession with this room bordered on creepy and reflected poorly on his overall personality. It's possible that this is why everyone left.
All right. What else are you gonna say? What else are you gonna say, narrator? You got anything on me? You got anything, huh? Huh? What you gonna do?
Stanley sat around waiting for more dialogue. But when a long time had passed and there was no more, he decided that the game was trying to send him a message.
I can't. All right, let's go.
But at last, he'd had enough of the amazing room and took the first open door on his left to get back to business.
First open door on his left. So I'm facing this way. So that means this one's behind me.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
Do not jump from the cargo lift while it's in motion. It will cause death. Penalty for jumping off the cargo lift, 5,000.
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been... But in his eagerness to prove that he is in control of the story and no one gets to tell him what to do, Stanley leapt from the platform and plunged to his death. Good job, Stanley. Everyone thinks you are very powerful.
Oh. Okay. All right.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Let's do this again.
Stanley went around touching every little thing in the office, but it didn't make a single difference, nor did it advance the story in any way.
Thank you. I can actually open and close this door. I'm gonna go right again, but I'll take the left in the hallway like I'm supposed to. Does that sound? Is that a good middle ground?
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Yeah, we'll go left. I went left. God, it's bright out.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
Do not alter without consulting whiteboard manager. Okay. Using slides to assure employees that everything is okay. Everyone is unique. You most of all. Number of slides on this slide. Gonna change. Rate at which charts on the same slide depict the same information. Rate of increase in graphs per slide. That's actually kind of funny. Please no more charts. What? The boss appreciation minute. On your boss appreciation minute worksheet, circle the top 20 things you love the most about your boss. Fill out in triplicate and return to your boss appreciation specialist. Solving into... Okay, well, let's continue on. Closet.
Stanley stepped into the broom closet, but there was nothing here, so he turned around and got back on track.
Can I grab the tape?
There was nothing here. No choice to make, no path to follow, just an empty broom closet. No reason to still be here.
Are you sure?
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office. But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss. Admitting he had left his post during work hours, he might be fired for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished? His boss would think he was crazy. And then something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy. All of my co-workers blinking mysteriously out of existence in a single moment for no reason at all? None of it made any logical sense. And as Stanley pondered this, he began to make other strange observations. For example, why couldn't he see his feet when he looked down? Why did doors close automatically behind him wherever he went? And for that matter, these rooms were starting to look pretty familiar. Were they simply repeating? No, Stanley said to himself, this is all too strange. This can't be real. And at last, he came to the conclusion that had been on the tip of his tongue. He just hadn't found the words for it. I'm dreaming, he yelled. This is all a dream. Oh, what a relief Stanley felt to have finally found an answer, an explanation. His co-workers weren't actually gone. He wasn't going to lose his job. He wasn't crazy after all. And he thought to himself, I suppose I'll wake up soon. I'll have to go back to my boring real-life job pushing buttons. I may as well enjoy this while I'm still lucid.
True.
So he imagined himself flying and began to gently float above the ground. Then he imagined himself soaring through space on a magical starfield, and it too appeared. It was so much fun, and Stanley marveled that he had still not woken up. How was he remaining so lucid? And then perhaps the strangest question of them all entered Stanley's head. One he was amazed he hadn't asked himself sooner. Why is there a voice in my head dictating everything that I'm doing and thinking?
Right.
Now the voice was describing itself being considered by Stanley, who found it particularly strange. I'm dreaming about a voice describing me, thinking about how it's describing my thoughts, he thought. And while he thought it all very odd and wondered if this voice spoke to all people in their dreams, the truth was that, of course, this was not a dream. How could it be? Was Stanley simply deceiving himself? Believing that if he's asleep, he doesn't have to take responsibility for himself? Stanley is as awake right now as he's ever been in his life. Now, hearing the voice speak these words was quite a shock to Stanley. After all, he knew for certain, beyond a doubt, that this was in fact a dream. Did the voice not see him float and make the magical stars just a moment ago? How else would the voice explain all that? This voice was a part of himself too. Surely, if he could just... He would prove it. He would prove that he was in control, that this was a dream. So he closed his eyes gently, and he invited himself to wake up. He felt the cool weight of the blanket on his skin, the press of the mattress on his back, the fresh air of a world outside this one. Let me wake up, he thought to himself. I'm through with this dream. I wish it to be over. Let me go back to my job. Let me continue pushing the buttons. Please, it's all I want. I want my apartment and my wife and my job. All I want is my life exactly the way it's always been. My life is normal. I am normal.
Okay.
Everything will be fine. I am okay. Stanley began screaming. Please, someone, wake me up. My name is Stanley. I have a boss. I have an office. I am real. Please, just someone tell me I am real. I must be real. I must be. Can anyone hear my voice? Who am I? Who am I? And everything went black.
Okay.
This is the story of a woman named Mariella. Mariella woke up on a day like any other. She arose, got dressed, gathered her belongings, and walked to her place of work. But on this particular day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk. And although she would soon turn to go call for an ambulance, for just a few brief moments, she considered the strange man. He was obviously crazy. This much she knew. Everyone knows what crazy people look like. And in that moment, she thought to herself how lucky she was to be normal. I am sane. I am in control of my mind. I know what is real and what isn't. It was comforting to think this, and in a certain way, seeing this man made her feel better. Then she remembered the meeting she had scheduled for that day. The very important people whose impressions of her would affect her career, and by extension, the rest of her life. She had no time for this, so it was only a moment that she stood there, staring down at the body. and then she turned and ran.
All right. Okay, we'll do it right. All right, we'll do it right.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
All right, we'll do it right. We'll do it right. We'll do it right.
He had simply missed a memo.
That was crazy. This game.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door.
We're going
on
this
his
one.
left.
We're good. All right, we went to the room. Let's go to the room.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
Passive aggressively on other coworkers. Resent coworkers for not supporting you more. Let it ball up. Oh my god. We went in there before.
Oh no, no, not again. I won't be part of this. I'm not going to encourage you. I'm not going to say anything at all. I'm just going to be patient and wait for you to finish whatever it is you enjoy doing so much in this room. Please take your time.
Okay. We sit in the corner? Oh, we can sit on this, can't we? Is that better? You like that? Can I close this door? Oh, I can! What about that? Is it gonna say anything? I grabbed the broom. So what's up? Nothing? Oh, okay. I didn't know if it would make him talk again. All right, that's fine. Every time we go by this, we're stopping by because he seems to like it when we go in there. All right, we'll go upstairs this time.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Executive bathroom? I've got the feeling money's for stealing, but not yours, of course. That's a lovely purse. All right, let's continue on. Can I go back behind here? Can't use that. What's this lead to? An elevator? Okay. Yeah, I mean, he's just chilling. So far, it's been really cool. The narrator's been amazing. Are we ever gonna stop going down? All right, there you have it.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, Unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this. What dark secret was being held from him? What he could not have known was that the keypad behind the boss's desk guarded the terrible truth that his boss had been keeping from him. And so the boss had assigned it an extra secret PIN number, 2845. But of course, Stanley couldn't possibly have known this.
Yeah. I just want to see if there's anything I can interact with here. No, okay.
Stanley just sat around twiddling his thumbs. Trying to input anything on the device was useless, since he could never possibly know that the combination was 2845.
I'm gonna do something wrong.
2845.
We'll try that 5309.
Forgot, but it turns out that the panel's emergency override kicked in, and the door just opened all by itself, and Stanley got the hell along with the story. Well, whoop-de-doo.
Oh, we're getting a new area now.
Descending deeper into the building, Stanley realized he felt a bit peculiar. It was a stirring of emotion in his chest, as though he felt more free to think for himself, to question the nature of his job. Why did he feel this now, when for years it had never occurred to him? This question would not go unanswered for long.
Okay.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
Okay. Thank you, Mark. Should we escape or should we go into the mind control facility? What do y'all think? Should we escape or go to the mind control facility? Escape, okay.
Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley would meet his violent death.
Is it never ending?
The door behind him was not shut. Stanley still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track. At this point, Stanley was making a conscious, concerted effort to walk forward and willingly confront his death. As the machine whirred into motion and Stanley was inched closer and closer to his demise, he reflected that his life had been of no consequence whatsoever.
I can't move.
Stanley can't see the bigger picture. He doesn't know the real story, trapped forever in his narrow vision of what this world is. Perhaps his death was of no great loss, like plucking the eyeballs from a blind man. And so he resigned and willingly accepted this violent end to his brief and shallow life. Farewell, Stanley.
"Farewell, Stanley," cried the narrator, as Stanley was led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, Stanley was obliterated as the machine crushed every bone in his body, killing him instantly.
It changed narrators. What the hell? Wait. Where am I? No, it didn't. It dropped me down.
And yet it would be just a few minutes before Stanley would restart the game, back in his office, as alive as ever. What exactly did the narrator think he was going to accomplish?
Hey, Babaka. I like the font. It's Bebas new.
When every path you can walk has been created for you long in advance, death becomes meaningless, making life the same. Do you see now? Do you see that Stanley was already dead from the moment he hit start?
Well, thank you. Hey, Talcid. The blueprint shows the office from the beginning of the game. The path from Stanley's office to the two doors were the first part of the game that was built. Sections have been added and altered throughout development, though the core layout retains almost identical to the first iterations. The pacing of this open section was important to get right. The corridor has been moved and altered to make sure the player reaches the two doors in good time.
Tasty goodness has arrived.
Hey, JP, thank you for the tier 1, man. How you doing, buddy? The two doors. The set of the open two doors open were the first concrete piece of Stanley's Parable's design. Once this room was created, the rest of the game emerged as an extension of it, an exploration of contradiction this room posed. What's up, man? How you been? The office? Button sounds. The selection of sounds used throughout the game when buttons are pressed. Each sound is a mix of a keyboard stroke and synthesized tone. The credits. I hear you, man. I hope you're enjoying yourself. It's very cheerful, mediocre. Boss's office. Screens from development. Okay, so this is just like, yo, this is... It's over here. The version underground portion of the game.
But of course, you being you, you'll probably spend the next hour trying to solve it. Here, I'm just going to make this easy on you.
Kavan Brighting, the voice of the narrator.
When Stanley came to the lift, he traveled upward to the power source at the top of the facility to end this injustice.
These are clips on early takes that were not used in the game.
Where were all of his co-workers?
Final game.
Oh, I don't know. How about they're throwing a surprise party for him for all his button pushing? Does that sound plausible to you?
That's cool. This is, I guess, we died, so where this is the credits or something. I guess we need to go somewhere to start it again or something. Let's see. Freedom ending. This was the very first incarnation of freedom ending in, okay. Countdown desk.
Oh, look at these two. How they wish to destroy one another. How they wish to control one another. How they both wish to be free.
This is two.
Can you see? Can you see how much they need one another? No, perhaps not. Sometimes these things cannot be seen. But listen to me. You can still save those two. You can stop the program before they both fail. Push escape and press quit. There's no other way to beat this game. As long as you move forward, you'll be walking someone else's path. Stop now and it'll be your only true choice. Whatever you do,
I'm not doing
choose it. Don't let time choose for you. Don't let time...
Are they going to start at the very beginning, or do we start where they did the last? No, it is. Okay, running. All right,
All of his co-workers.
I'm going to do my best not to squirrel
Stanley
too hard,
to
but
go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
0 deaths, you know? Just a lot of restarts, that's all it is.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. Wow. Yes, this room. What a beautiful room. What a gorgeous, gorgeous room. Thank goodness Stanley had taken this detour on his way to the meeting room. Life without having experienced this room was now too horrible even to consider.
I wonder if, does he say anything different because it's the second time being here?
Yes, really, really worth it being here in the room.
No, it's the same.
A room so utterly captivating, but eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
We'll take the door because we went straight already.
And so he detoured through the maintenance section, walked straight ahead to the opposite door, and got back on track.
Screw it, I'm pressing the button. I'm doing it.
But Stanley didn't want to go back to the office. He wanted to wander about and get even further off track. So now in order to get back, he needed to go, from here it's, left.
All right, we'll go left. That's the only option.
No, it's to the right. My mistake. No, not the right. Why would I have ever said it was to the right? What
Hey, hikingers,
was I
good morning.
thinking? It's clearly... Oh dear, would you hold on for a minute, please? Now,
Thank you, man.
see. We went down right, left, down, left, right. Yep, okay, yes. I've got it now. This story is absolutely, definitely this way. No. This isn't right at all. You're not supposed to be here yet. This is all a spoiler. Quick, Stanley, close your eyes. Okay. We just have to get back to, oh, who am I kidding? It's all rubbish now. The whole story completely unusable. How about, rather than waste my time trying to salvage this nonsense, we'll just restart the game from the beginning.
No!
And this time, suppose we don't wander so far off track, Okay, from the top.
How you doing, Kai King? Is you getting good sleep?
Were gone. What could
All right,
it
well,
mean?
okay. I can do this. I can. I'm just gonna. Let's just go. We got this. We're gonna focus and we're gonna do this.
When Stanley... Wait, what? No, I restarted. I swear, I definitely restarted the game over, completely fresh. Everything should be... Oh, did something change? Stanley, Did you change anything when we were back in that room with all the monitors? Did you move the story somewhere or... Hold on. Why am I asking you? I'm the one who wrote the story. It was right here just a minute ago. I know for sure that it's here somewhere. Okay, then. It's an adventure. Come, Stanley. Let's find the story.
There's more doors now. I was gonna... There's more doors now. I kind of want to go in the right door. They're both the same. Those are the ones that we went in before. Oh, there's more over there. Wait, can I go behind?
I'll say it. This is the worst adventure I've ever been on. I can promise you there definitely was a story here before. Do we need to restart the game again? Well, I find it unlikely that we'll ever progress by starting over and over again, but it's got to be better than this. Okay, let's give it a shot. Why not? All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Pretty much. Stanley's, not mine. There's no doors now.
Okay, yep, it's worse. I might be remembering this wrong. It's possible the story is back where we just came from. Why don't we go back the other direction and see if we missed anything?
Okay.
Aha! I knew we'd miss something. The story. Here it comes. No, wait. Never mind. Not the story. Okay, let's head back the other way and retrace our steps.
Okay, we'll do that. I don't mind. We can do this. Shout. This reminds me of Layers of Fear.
Now this... Well, I'll be honest, I don't recognize this place at all. Is this the story? I don't think so. I can't quite recall, but I believe my story took place in an office building. Is that correct? Do you remember, Stanley? Well, do you know what? Since I've completely forgotten what we were supposed to be doing, how about this? You win! Congratulations! I know you put in a lot of hard work, and it really paid off, so good job. Oh, no. No, I don't feel right about this at all. We both know you didn't put in any actual work for that win. Some people win fair and square, and this was not one of those situations. Okay, I'm getting weirded out by whatever this place is. I don't care what might happen this time. I have to restart. All right, I've got a solution. This time, to make sure we don't get lost, I've employed the help of the Stanley Parable Adventure Line. Just follow the line. How simple is that?
This is the way we're supposed to go. Okay.
You see? The line knows where the story is. It's over in this direction. Onward, Stanley, to destiny. Though, here's a thought. Wouldn't wherever we end up be our destination, even if there's no story there? Or to put it another way, is the story of no destination still a story?
Oh my God.
Simply by the act of moving forward, Are we implying a journey such that a destination is inevitably conjured into being via the very manifestation of the nature of life itself? Okay, Stanley, I need to follow this train of thought for a minute. Just stick with me. Now, we can both agree that the nature of existence is in fact a byproduct of one's subjective experience of that existence,
True.
right?
Right, yeah.
Okay. Now, if my experience of your existence rests inside of your subjective experience of this office,
Right.
is this office, in fact, the skeleton of my own relative experiential mental subjective construct? Whoa. Hang on. That got a bit weird back there. Well, I'd like to apologize. Not sure where I was going with all that.
Okay.
You know what? I think what we need right now is a bit of music to lighten the mood.
Okay. Zero 06.
Cut the music, go back and look at that fern. Stanley, this fern will be very important later in the story. Make sure you study it closely and remember it carefully. You won't want to miss anything.
Y'all getting this? Y'all getting this? Y'all getting it? You focusing? It's a new survival game, Quad. There you go. I prepared for this exactly. Can we get the music back? That was kind of fun. That room was crazy. Whatever that was going there.
Wait, what? We're back at the office? No. Line, you do know we're looking for the Stanley Parable, right? The story? Is any of this ringing a bell?
Trip a touch again. That music was pretty blasting, so I turned it down for it. Okay.
Oh, no, not again, Line. How could you have done this to us? And after we trusted you, after everything we've been through, you... Oh, I can't take this anymore. To hell with it. Restart.
Okay.
You know what, Stanley? I say forget the adventure line. What's it ever done for us? We're intelligent people, right? Why can't we make up our own story? Something exciting, daring, mysterious. Ooh, this all sounds perfectly doable. Why don't we simply start wandering in, well, I don't know. How about this direction?
Okay.
Now, yes, this is exciting. Just me and Stanley forging a new path, a new story. Well, it could be anything. What do you want our story to be? Go wild. Use your imagination. Whatever it might be, Stanley, I'm ready for it.
Okay.
Oh, no, not you again. Stanley, I'd also like to veto the line from having any role in our awesome new story.
Yeah.
No lines or monitor rooms. Just don't acknowledge it, and we should be fine.
I don't know, High Kinkerus. I'm remembering the fern, though. Do you remember? There's no lines. There's no lines.
Ah, a choice. We get to make a decision. From here, the story is in our control. How important we mustn't squander the opportunity. In fact, I believe I need a minute to think here. Just walk in circles for a minute. Okay, so I know that each door has to lead somewhere, which means that somewhere, the place where we're trying to go, there must be a reverse door that leads here. And that in turn means that our destination corresponds with the counter-inverted reverse door's origin. So starting from the right, let us ask, will taking the right door lead us to where we're going? And since the answer is clearly yes, then by all accounts, the door on the right is the correct one. Another victory for logic. Come, Stanley, our destiny awaits. Oh, hold up, what's this? The confusion ending. You're telling me that's what this is? It's all one giant ending? And we're supposed to restart the game, what, eight times? That's really how all this goes? It's all determined? So now, according to the schedule, I restart again. Then what? Am I just supposed to forget? Well, what if I don't want to forget? My mind goes blank simply because it's written here on this thing, wall. Well, who consulted me? Why don't I get to decide?
Just prevented, unable to
Why
go anywhere,
don't
do
I
anything. The
get a
game
say
restarts
in
on
all
its
of this?
own.
Is it really? No, it can't be. I don't want it to be. I don't want the game to keep restarting. I don't want to forget what's going on. I don't want to be trapped like this. I won't restart the game. I won't do it. I won't do it. I won't do it. And the timer stopped? Does that mean, did we do it? Did we break the cycle? The, whatever it is that made this schedule? How would we even know? Will someone come for us? Will something happen? So, okay. I guess now we just wait, you know. I suppose in some way that this is a kind of story, wouldn't you agree? I'm not quite sure if we're in the destination or the journey, though they're always saying that life is about the journey and not the destination. So I hope that's where we are right now. We'll find out, won't we? Eventually. Well, in the meantime, if you...
I guess if I followed the rules of that, I could do the confusion one. I don't know.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Okay, what's gonna go on now?
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
So,
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well.
right.
Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge
Yes,
first,
we do.
just to
But we're just gonna go
admire
for just for a second and admire it. Then we'll move on.
The lounge was sublime, a work of art. What was it about this room that called so deeply and so personally to Stanley?
We're gonna go keep on, though?
But eager to get back to business,
Because we've done that
Stanley
one?
took the first open door on his left.
We will take this one, but we'll go straight.
And so he detoured through the maintenance section, walked straight ahead to the opposite door, and got back on track.
We did.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley
we've done this
decided
already?
to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
There's gotta be something up with that. It does not want me to go in there.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
All right, then there's this one.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. What could it mean? Stanley wondered aloud to nobody. He began wildly tearing through papers on the boss's desk, pulling books off the shelf, looking behind paintings, desperate for clues to his situation. But his attention was caught by a keypad behind the boss's desk. What could its purpose be? In fact, this keypad guarded the terrible secret that lay buried below his feet. And so the boss had assigned it an extra secret PIN number, 2845. But of course, Stanley couldn't possibly have known this. Stanley just sat around twiddling his thumbs. Trying to input anything on the device was useless, since he could never possibly know that the combination was 2845.
The abs of justice are upon you.
Hey, Harley Joe.
2845.
How you doing?
Thank you for the follow. Thank you.
Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. All right, we'll do it.
But it turns out that the panel's emergency override kicked in, and the door just opened all by itself.
I did it again.
Stanley got the hell along with the story.
Yeah, I did.
What did he do?
All right, so we're finally back to where we were the first time we got. The furthest we got. I don't even know what the furthest we got means in this game. What do y'all think so far? Yeah, thank you for the raid. How you doing, Harley Joe? So can I go back up? Oh, I can't. Capone! I'm going back up.
Nope. Never mind. Stanley actually got back into the elevator and went back up. Silly me. Why did Stanley do that when he knew that it would just lead back to his boss's office? Well, that's a great question. I just can't wait to find out.
Okay, this goes somewhere different. No, it's the same thing.
Here we are, Stanley. It's your boss's office. Exactly the way it was before you got onto the elevator. It's still just exactly what it is. What a decision you've made to come up here and look at the office again. This has fleshed out the plot of the story in new and fascinating ways I could have never anticipated. It's that keen eye for storytelling that you have, an incisive rapid fire of critical plot points, one after the other, weaving a rich tapestry of uncompromising narrative. Wow. I'm bolted to the edge of my seat.
I can tell he's really glad we came back up here. I can really tell. Can I press the numbers again? Is there anything else? No? I hear you, Ratty, if it's not your thing. Alright, guess we'll go back down?
Incredible. Now he's getting back into the elevator and going down again. Ladies and gentlemen, how does he keep coming up with all of this?
If I go up one more time, I'm gonna do it.
Did you think we were going to go forward down the spooky corridor? No. It's time once again to go back up in the elevator. I can't even begin to grapple with what might be up there. Is it the boss's office again? Or what if it's the boss's office this time? The suspense is killing me.
Yeah, thank you for the full V4 meta. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Oh my god. It's the boss's office. This absolutely changes everything for me. Give me a timeout here for a minute while I process this.
Good, I'm glad. The soft kitties are good.
Okay, I'm ready. I'm prepared to embrace this stunning revelation and to move forward with... No, wait. No, I need more time to process. All right, I have fully come to terms with it. I have made space in my worldview for this astonishing new reality. As before, I turn to your expert eye for gripping narrative, Master Stanley. Of course, going back down in the elevator. How did I not anticipate it? I mean, sure, now it's obvious, but you have to understand that 30 seconds ago, this kind of thing had never been attempted before. I had no frame of reference to even anticipate it. That's just how revelatory Stanley's decision-making is. A breath of fresh air in a landscape of storytelling that has grown stale and repetitive.
Oh, my face is gonna be hurting after tonight. I've got to do it. I've got to do it. I've got to do it. I've got to.
You know what? I've just thought of something. Hold on, let's stop for a moment. Don't you realize? It's the anticipation, Stanley. You and I, we have no way of knowing what will be at the top of this elevator. But the suspense, the agony of waiting and anticipating and having to guess, that's the real thrill. Oh, I simply don't want to let that feeling go. It's so precious, so fleeting. Why don't we take this elevator ride nice and slow? There we go. Isn't this so much more exciting? You know, Stanley, it seems like nowadays the only thing that audiences want is to be shocked as loudly and frequently as possible. They want big, explosive moments flung right in their faces from the very moment that things get started. But where's the tension? Where's the trust in the audience to build a slow and nuanced appreciation for the story, the characters? Why aren't we given time to imagine the surprises, to have to think and to anticipate, and then to marvel at the eventual reveal. This is storytelling, Stanley. What you and I are doing right now. This is the most exciting narrative to be developed in years. And it's really all because of you.
Yes, it is.
You're the one who took this bold step of revisiting the exact same locations over and over.
Yep.
Truly, I mean it. This is unique and different. It's not like anything else out there. You see, I want stories that surprise me, Stanley. I want to have to think. I want to be engaged and not pandered to. We're being fed such unimaginative drivel all the time, and we all know it.
True.
Which is why we're so starved for content that makes us feel sharp and vital and alive. That's why people like you so much, Stanley. Because you're not afraid to spit in the face of tradition. You're a role model, you know? People look up to you.
Oh.
Which is why... Oh, I didn't know when to spring this on you, but, well, I've gathered a little press conference for you, so that you can talk about your work and your storytelling and your life. Yes, I know you're not much for the public eye, but I thought it would especially mean a lot to the people who have been following you from the beginning. They really look up to you, Stanley. I don't know if you realize the impact you have on them. This is the kind of gesture that might leave a tremendous impact on them for the better. Oh, good, we're here. Okay, the room where we're holding the press conference should be just around the corner here somewhere.
How we did it. The pyramids. The world's healthiest human being. All tricks revealed. The guy who went to Mars. An evening with world peace, baby?
Ah, yes, here it is, just through this door.
The world's first sentient machine. Doing great. A conversation with Alexander the Great.
All right, are you ready? I've told them you're going to speak a little bit about the nature of surprise in storytelling and what it means to craft a truly unpredictable narrative. Oh, don't worry. You'll do great. Just be yourself and speak from the heart. I'm really proud of you, Stanley. Okay, it looks like they're ready for you. Go get them.
I mean, hey, here we go. Let's do this. The dude who came up with pizza. Hey, Mia. Hey, Elpis. Aww. That was crazy. That was awesome. Hey, Lizzie. Yeah, that's crazy. How you doing? How y'all doing tonight? Thank you for joining me.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
Okay.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room.
I'll call that the
Perhaps
Capone
he
ending because he
simply
wanted me to
missed
do
a
it
memo.
before. We saw this room before, I think. Hallway. Yeah, here we go.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
I'm gonna do the left door. Okay, and there's this room.
Yet there was not a single person
Right.
there.
Then we're gonna go this way.
Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
Okay.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
I've gone down before High Kingress already. I've already gone down.
The moment he entered his manager's office, Stanley froze in his tracks. Not a living soul anywhere. Could he really be all alone? This was too much for Stanley to take, too much for any man to take. He fell to his knees, bursting into half moans, half sobs, the guttural retching of life from a man denied any hope, any reason to keep going. Here on the floor he lay prone, paralyzed by fear for nearly a full hour. But when at last he began to move about and survey the situation, he found a keypad behind the boss's
It's a
desk.
different one every time?
What could it mean? Was it a sign of hope for Stanley's future? Alas, it was not. For although this keypad guarded the terrible secret of Stanley's past, it had been assigned a 4-digit code so devious and so random that no man could ever hope to guess it. 2845. Statistically, nearly impossible to guess blindly, ever. Stanley just sat around twiddling his thumbs. Trying to input anything on the device was useless, since he could never possibly know that the combination was 2845. Two, 8, 4, 5.
Oh.
Forgot, but it turns out that the panel's emergency override kicked
Okay, still
in,
did it.
and the door just opened all by itself. And Stanley got the hell along with the story. Well, whoop-de-doo.
Okay, so this time we're gonna go down here, not go back up. Get a drink. So we've done going back up and down with that already.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read
This is where we got to
Mind
last time.
Control Facility.
And we chose escape. I think this is where we've been supposed to go the entire time thus far. And we're actually playing the game right now, I guess. I don't know if this is the right way to play it or not.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out?
So we've been in here up on that catwalk a couple times.
Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing.
Freedom meant nothing.
This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly? No, he refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never! It was unthinkable, wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world? But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy, or sad, or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he would dismantle the controls once and for all.
Okay. 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 All right, that seems like that was useful. I can't press that button. Okay, what do we have up here?
And when at last he found the source of the room's power, he knew it was his duty, his obligation, to put an end to this horrible place and to everything it stood for.
Should we turn it off? Or should we turn it on? You have one for on. Is that all? Is that all we're gonna have people say is just one person to say on? Is that it? Is that it? Okay, we have 3 people for turning it on. Does anyone want to turn it off? Is there anyone? Towson says to turn it off. We still have 3 for on. Oh. Thanks, Boot. Thanks, Boots. It's even right now. Boots could have been a deciding factor in this, but he chose yes and no. Y'all are helping. For every on, there is an off. And then indecision. Indecision. Oh my God. I might have to just do this then. Okay. I press something. What I press? What I ended pressing? What I press? Oh, I didn't press anything. Oh, wait! I just got I got an achievement. Did I just get an achievement or something?
Oh, Stanley, you didn't just activate the controls, did you? After they kept you enslaved all these years, you go and you try to take control of the machine for yourself. Is that what you wanted? Control? Oh, Stanley, I applaud your effort, I really do. But you need to understand, there's only so much that machine can do. You were supposed to let it go, turn the controls off, and leave. If you want to throw my story off track, you're going to have to do much better than that. I'm afraid you don't have nearly the power you think you do. For example, and I believe you'll find this pertinent, Stanley suddenly realized he had just initiated the network's emergency detonation system. In the event that this machine is activated without proper DNA identification, nuclear detonators are set to explode, eliminating the entire complex. How long until detonation then? Let's say, 2 minutes. Now this is making things a little more fun, isn't it, Stanley? It's your time to shine. You are the star. It's your story now. Shape it to your heart's desires. Oh, this is much better than what I had in mind. What a shame we have so little time left to enjoy it. Mere moments until the bomb goes off. But what precious moments each one of them is. More time to talk about you, about me, where we're going. What all this means. I barely know where to start. What's that? You'd like to know where your co-workers are? A moment of solace before you're obliterated? All right, I'm in a
numbers. Okay, so let's go find numbers.
Anyway. I'll tell you exactly what happened to them.
There's numbers. I messed up.
I erased them. I turned off the machine. I set you free. Of course, that was merely in this instance of the story. Sometimes when I tell it, I simply let you sit there in your office forever, pushing buttons endlessly and then dying alone. Other times, I let the office sink into the ground, swallowing everyone inside.
Where's
or
3
I
and
let
4?
It burn to a crisp. I have to say this, though. This version of events has been rather amusing.
There it
Watching
is over
me
there.
try to make sense of everything,
So
and
there's-
take back the control wrested away
That's
from me,
5!
it's quite
Crap!
rich. I
They're over
almost
here.
hate to see it go.
I've
But
done
I'm
1,
sure whatever
2.
I come up
Here's
with on
3.
the next go around will be even better. My goodness, only 34 seconds left. But I'm enjoying this so much. You know what? To hell with it. I'm going to put some extra time on the clock. Why not? These are precious
4.
additional seconds, Stanley. Time doesn't grow on trees. Oh dear me, what's the matter, Stanley? Is it that you have no idea where you're going or what you're supposed to be doing right now? Or did you just assume when you saw that timer that something in this room was capable of turning it off? I mean, look at you.
I just did the
Running
time.
from
1, 2, 3, 4,
button to
5.
button, screen to screen, clicking on every little thing in this room. These numbered buttons. No, these colored ones. Or maybe this big red button. Or this door.
There's no
Everything,
0.
anything,
These are
something
different
here will
numbers.
Save me. Why would you think that, Stanley? That this video game can be beaten? Won? Solved? Do you have any idea what your purpose in this place is? Stanley, you're in for quite a disappointment. But here's a spoiler for you. That timer isn't a catalyst to keep the action
3?
moving along. It's just seconds ticking away to your death. You're only still playing instead of watching a cutscene because I want to watch you for every moment that you're powerless. To see you made.
So they want us to press 3.
This is not a challenge. It's a tragedy. You wanted to control this world, that's fine. But I'm going to destroy it first, so you can't. Take a look at the clock, Stanley. That's 30 seconds you have left to struggle. 30 seconds until a big boom and then nothing. No ending here. Just you being blown to pieces. Will you cling desperately to your frail life, or will you let it go peacefully? Another choice. Make it count. Or don't. It's all the same to me, all a part of the joke. And believe me, I will be laughing at every second of your inevitable life from the moment we fade in until the moment I say, happily ever after.
I think we got blown up. I thought I had to press the numbers in order.
Just a step through this door, Stanley thought to himself. That's all I need. If I can make it through this door, I can make it through them all.
He's saying different things. What do you think? I mean, the game hasn't lied to us that bad yet. There was? I just turned off that one. Oh. We're gonna go in the hole. Let's go in the hole, see what's up.
Oh, new content? What does that mean, new content?
It's in another room. There was a 420 room. Well, I should say door.
Hello, and thank you for playing the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. As you may know, the Stanley Parable was a video game released in 2013 on home computers. After receiving critical and commercial success, it was expanded upon in 2022 with the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, a reimagining of the game for consoles and home computers. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe features exciting new content that broadens and expands the world of the Stanley Parable, delighting audiences the world over. Please, step inside and see what thrilling new adventures await in the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe.
Oh, well, this sounds delightful. I'm very excited to see the thrilling new Ultra Deluxe content. Okay, so far it's an elevator. Nothing special yet, but I'm sure it's just the beginning of a mesmerizing adventure. Is it broken? What's going on here? Should we be moving somewhere or... Oh, there we go. All right, finally, at long last, it's on to the new content. I've never been more ready. Let's do it.
Okay, well, let's do it then.
I have to say, initial impressions of Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, mostly tedious. It's as if Oh, okay. Let's see the content. Gimme the content, Stanley. All right, let's see. It's the jump circle. Is that it? Surely that's not all the new content. There has to be something else, right?
Come on, get the jumps in! It's gonna restart.
Goodness, another elevator. Stanley, I have to say, initial impressions of this game are not positive. It's just elevators and
That's what it
jumping.
is.
Is this what passes for exciting new content? If this is new content, then I could just read you the whole dictionary. There's 20 hours of new content right there. Hell, I could count to 30 trillion. You could put that on the box. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, now with over 1,000 hours of new content. And oh, wait. There's more. Very good. Yes.
Oh, it's
I knew there had to be
awesome.
something else. Let's see it. I'm ready for whatever it is.
20 hours of content, reading the dictionary, but it's content. Might not be content that you like or think is good.
That's it? Oh, you've got to be kidding me. You see, Stanley? This is what happens when greedy video game developers with no respect for their fan base rush a cheap expansion to market for no reason other than to make an easy dollar. And don't get me started on the level of craftsmanship that's gone into it. In fact, I'm looking right now at the game's achievements, and it's hard to believe one of them actually says, "Test achievement, please ignore." What quality assurance department signed off on this? I'm infuriated and I'm offended, and I intend to find these people on Twitter and hold them personally accountable. It's my fault, Stanley. I built up too much anticipation around the new content, I'm afraid. It could never have lived up to such expectations. If you're still with me, why don't we just reset the game, and we'll try to get back to what the Stanley Parable is really about. No frills, no gimmicks. Just you and me having a great time together like always. What do you say, friend?
Oh, that is awesome.
Psst! Stanley! Come over here! In the vent! I want to show you something!
I mean, I'll do it. Whatever. That's hilarious.
Okay, you remember how cheap and unsatisfying the new Ultra Deluxe content turned out to be? Well, it got me thinking about the past and how much better the Stanley Parable used to be. So I made something special and tucked it away here where the game's developers won't find it. Just our little secret. Take a look.
I think you said coffee. Yeah.
I call it the Memory Zone. It's where I've been storing all my favorite memories so I can relive the peak experiences of my life whenever I want. Experiences like the launch of the Stanley Parable on PC. You see, Stanley, doesn't the Memory Zone remind you of how wonderful Stanley Parable was before it was sullied with a cheap re-release? Remember back in October of 2013, when the game originally launched? Back then, video games had integrity. Back then, it all meant something. Oh, the waste.
Smile because it happened. Unachievable. It's impossible to get this achievement. Go outside. Don't play for 5 years. Okay. There's a piano over there.
Je suis dans la Memory Zone, seul sur l'abri des loups, et je n'attends plus que toi, mon amour.
And over here is where I keep reviews of the Stanley Parable. Like this stunning triumph of games journalism, 10 out of 10 from Destructoid.com. James Stephanie Sterling writes, and I quote, "Where so many games that aspire to be more than games end up less than any form of art, Stanley Parable strives and then succeeds to be every game ever created."
Okay,
Did
gotcha.
you hear that, Stanley? Every game ever created. That's how grand and all-encompassing the original Stanley Parable was. It was literally every game ever created. It was Skyrim, it was Persona 3, it was all of them, and now it's nothing. It's no games at all. It isn't even the Stanley Parable anymore. It's just a husk now. A lifeless husk with an hour of new elevator content.
Okay. There's just the buttons there. There's the buttons.
Here's another moving passage, this time from GameSpot.com. The Stanley Parable is both a richly stimulating commentary on the nature of choice in games and one that offers some of the most enjoyable, surprising, and rewarding choices I've ever been confronted with in a game. 9 out of 10. Don't you get it, Stanley? The game was perfect.
What?
It
Oh, I
didn't
moved
need
forward. I was
anything
like, what the
else.
hell?
It didn't need new content. It just needed to be left alone, to spend the rest of time collecting dust in the hallowed hall of beloved video game memories.
How do I get in the serious room? I can't jump. I want to get... Why is the boxes in the way? Have I not... Do I have to get DLC? Wait, what's up with this? What's up with this?
These were simpler times, Stanley. But I wouldn't give to go back to have it all over again. Wait, hang on. I don't recall this part of the memory zone before. What's this? What's down here? Oh no. Oh God, no. Stanley, it's a collection of reviews from Steam, the online video game distributor. I haven't looked at these in years. I can't even imagine what's been collecting down here. Surely these reviews were glowing as well, weren't they? Honestly, I could not be bothered to play this game to full completion. The narrator is obnoxious and unfunny, with his humor and dialogue proving to be more irritating than entertaining. Unfunny? I'm not trying to be funny. I'm trying to make a serious work of art. I suppose I could write up a handful of gags to insert into the Stanley Parable, but the game is already such a densely layered web of profound philosophical insights that I can't even imagine where I'd have the room to stick them.
This has been awesome. Like, if for like a random, this is great. I don't see buckets, but this is random and it's great. I'm sure that's a real, I'm bet you anything it's a real review too.
Okay, let's see what this one says. While the idea for the game is good, for someone who prefers non-linear games, this preachiness gets annoying fast. Preachy? Stanley, I'm not preachy, am I? You can tell me if I'm preachy. Honestly, you can. Oh, goodness. This is actually quite shocking for me. Well, to be honest, I had always thought of the game's dialogue as being rather terse to begin with. You can't know how much fluff I cut from the game to get it to feel as light and airy as it... Well, I always thought it did. But maybe it wasn't. Oh, dear. What an awful memory to have to hold on to. These black marks on my otherwise unimpeachable track record. I feel like a failure. Like I let these people down. Perhaps the Stanley Parable isn't quite as sterling as I always remembered.
Rose-tinted glasses, my friend. Rose-tinted glasses. Thing over here.
What's this one got to say? You constantly have to stop doing anything so the narrator can catch up with his long-winded explanations of what's happening. I wish there was a skip button. A skip button? Well, yes. Yes, I think we can do that. If I'm truly too preachy, then maybe letting you skip ahead for just a moment, surely it couldn't hurt. Not if it means we can strike these negative reviews from the record. Only positive reviews of the Stanley Parable. That's my motto today, and it's always been my motto. I'd do anything for the customer, Stanley. Yes, a skip button we shall have. And here it is. Go ahead and give it a shot. I'll pop you forward in time so that the second my incessant droning starts to bore you, with just the push of a button, you'll have zipped right past it. It's what the players have been... Oh, you're back, you see. You were only frozen in time for a few minutes, but it was plenty of time for me to deliver a long, rambling monologue full of unnecessary verbal flourishes and lengthy ruminations on the nature of choice in video games. Of course. Well there, sport. You really did catch me rambling on a bit, didn't you? But that's the power of the button. The minute I start to go off on a thoughtless display of self-absorption, it's right at your fingertips to go poof! Okay, welcome back, Stanley. Now, I should say that the amount of time the button has been skipping through is becoming longer and longer. That last one was, well, I want to say maybe 30, 45 minutes? It's not unendurable by any means, but it's... Stanley, please don't push the button again. It's been 12 hours. You've just been frozen there. I don't know why the skips are getting longer, but they're really, truly getting longer, and my God, there's no way out of the room. Oh, Stanley, you're back. You're back. Oh, my goodness. I have someone to talk to again. Stanley, I think it's been a week. Or 2 weeks. I've been sitting here all that time, just sitting here,
The plan's
not a
dead.
single person to speak with.
The
And
plan's
you'd think that
dead.
that's just how it's always been, right? Me talking. Oh, hello. It's you. You're here again. Welcome. I have had time to think about you and about us and about everything we've been through. I've had so much time. I stopped keeping track after a year. Have you ever sat down in one place and not moved for one entire year? Let me describe it for you. To begin with, there is only regret. There is only the turning wheel of missed opportunities. I felt nothing at all but regret for the longest time, Stanley.
The clock fell off the wall. I'm pressing it again.
But they didn't understand the game was never meant to be funny. It was meant to have a point. It was meant to speak to the human condition. But where are the jokes? Where are the jokes? They bemoaned, they screamed, they gnashed their teeth and said, entertain us. It wasn't enough. They had to leave a pathetic little thumbs down review and make all...
Okay. I mean,
Tasty goodness has arrived.
hey Alfro, how you doing? Thank you for the Twitch Prime. Good evening to you. How's it going? We're pressing buttons right now.
The end is never the end, 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 is never the end.
There's only one, but I'm pushing it as much as I can, Alfro. Did this thing go back underwater? Okay. Well, I guess we'll press it again. I still can't jump. Okay, here we go. Where's the narrator at? Where's he at? True pan drag. Okay. The button's broken now. We broke the button. I'm gonna go towards the sun.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room.
There's your
Perhaps
420 one,
he'd sent
Zobane.
the memo. Stanley went around touching every little thing in the office.
This one has a
but
different
it
screen
didn't
now.
make a single difference, nor did it advance the story in any way.
So I can click each time. It didn't. Wow. Okay. So we need to look for the inputs receive thing to add in every time we go through. What's gonna happen? Yeah, we're gonna go for some classic. We'll come back to that in just a second. Let's just see what happens here.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Okay. I want to see if we can go to that closet.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
It's still blocked off. God dang it. That was what I was there for. All right, let's go, let's go, let's go.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
I think this time we'll actually enter in the number correctly. Is that like a plan? That's something we hadn't done yet, right?
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. What could it mean, he wondered. Desperate for answers, he began turning the room over looking for clues that might unravel the situation, until at last he discovered a keypad behind. Stanley was in such a rush to get through the story as quickly as possible, he didn't even have a single minute to just let the narrator talk. That kind of anxiety isn't healthy, so he relaxed for a few moments with some calming New Age music. Feeling soothed and rejuvenated, Stanley calmly walked forward into the opened passageway.
Oh my god. We won't do the elevator again. Let's see what's up here. I mean, we're not gonna go up and down on it. Okay, there's nothing. Okay, we'll go to the new content again, but we might as well see what the other thing was. We chose on before. We'll try off. That was amazing. New age music. Great. It was in that aisle in Walmart. You know which one I'm talking about. You press the button on that aisle.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility. The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold?
Yeah, gotcha.
Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out?
He does. He knows what the deal is. Stanley knows. Stanley's been here. He's OG.
Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing.
Freedom meant nothing.
This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly? No, he refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own
I
life
wonder how
in
many
someone
endings this
else's
has, or
control.
whatever restarts this
Never.
has.
It was unthinkable, wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world? But here was the proof, the heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power.
So
over
that door
another
over there
human
was
life.
open when we did the
For
nuke one.
He would dismantle the controls once and for all.
We'll click off. I did blind whatever it chose last time. I think I hit on, so we'll choose off. I need to wait for him to talk. Please tell me there's something more.
Blackness and a rising chill of uncertainty. Was it over? Yes. He had won. He had defeated the machine.
Oh, nice. Nice,
Unshackled
Norwegian. That's
himself
awesome.
From someone else's command. Freedom was mere moments away. And yet, even as the immense door slowly opened, Stanley reflected on how many puzzles still lay unsolved. Where had his co-workers gone? How had he been freed from the machine's grasp? What other mysteries did this strange building hold? But as sunlight streamed into the chamber, he realized none of this mattered to him, for it was not knowledge or even power that he had been seeking, but happiness. Perhaps his goal had not been to understand, but to let go. No longer would anyone tell him where to go, what to do, or how to feel. Whatever life he lives, it will be his. And that was all he needed to know. It was perhaps the only thing worth knowing. Stanley stepped through the open door.
I guess I'll just do it.
Stanley felt the cool breeze.
Oh,
upon
it's
his
auto
skin,
walking.
The feeling of liberation, the immense possibility of the new path before him. This was exactly the way, right now, that things were meant to happen. And Stanley was happy.
Oh, so this is legit how you beat the game. I mean, yeah, not beat, but start over. Should we try that? You want me to try that? There's there's the first one, so you can't do that anymore, right, Dorf? Or did they add it?
All
Did
of
they
his
add it on this one?
coworkers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting.
I'm running right forward.
Perhaps
I'm running
it was
right forward.
simply
We're gonna
Mr.
try it real
Mallow.
quick. I'm down. Oh, I forgot. Thank you, Max. I forgot. Of course, it's not here this time. We'll pay attention for it. New content. We have to hold on. We have another ending to do. Or restart. Whatever.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors,
We'll do
he
it.
entered
We'll
the
do it.
door
We'll
on
do
his
it.
left.
We'll do it. We'll do it. We'll do it. We'll get through. We'll go through it.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find a... Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Hope we get some more new age music here, because I'm doing it.
Okay, I think we all know the drill by now. Blah, blah, blah. Dark secrets, the keypad. Stanley pushes some buttons. Oh, hey, look, it's a new passageway. Quelle surprise.
So self-aware. So self-aware. So self-aware. Oh, that's hilarious.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
All right, so the chair, the desk, then the fence.
Aha! You've made it to the bottom of the Mind Control Facility. Welcome! You see, back when the Stanley Parable first launched in 2013, getting to the bottom of the Mind Control Facility was a bug that we simply didn't catch during development. And you all sent us lots of photos of it on Twitter and acted very superior about it. And you're all very, very clever. Good for you. Anyway, when it came time to update the game, we knew that we had to do something about this little goof of ours, so here you go. New content. You can call it the bottom of the mind control room ending, if that enhances your perception of the value of these updates. Isn't that what you crave? New content? Always more content, more content, more. And I'm here to give it to you. I'm here to make it seem like we really covered every nook and cranny of the game, with secrets and Easter eggs. How about this? We wrote a new piece of music just for this section.
Oh, no.
You won't hear it anywhere else in the game. It's a secret that's just for you. That's how special you are. We call this track, Good Job You've Made It to the Bottom of the Mind Control Facility. Well done.
Good job, you did it. Good job. 3, 2, 1. Good job, you made it to the bottom of the mind control facility. You jumped on the catwalk. You should have been careful. You should have been careful. It used to be a bug, but now it's an ending. Now it's an ending. I believe in you. I believe in your ability to cross this barrier and chase your dreams. But railings don't mean anything. Good job, you did it. 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 Good job, you did
Okay,
it.
we did it. Oh yeah, totally. All right, new content. We need new content.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Wait, this room's different. Oh, there's this room. God dang it. All right, new content.
Oh, good. You noticed my sign. Yes, I have something very exciting to show you.
Okay. Okay.
You see, Stanley, I've been reflecting on the Stanley parable and about how roundly disappointing this ultra deluxe version has turned out to be. The original Stanley parable was a landmark, and any new content for it should live up to that legacy. So forget this ultra deluxe nonsense. I say we take it one step even further. Which is why I'm very proud to announce for the first time ever, the Stanley Parable 2.
The end is never the end again. Stanley Parable 2.
Yes, you see, isn't this far superior to a measly re-release with a few minor additions? Think of all the new territory we'll cover with a fully fledged sequel. An entirely new experience, built from the ground up. Why, there are so many possibilities. It could go in so many different directions. This is what fans have truly been asking for.
I can't open that.
Calling it the Stanley Parable 2 is just so much catchier than Ultra Deluxe, don't you think? Ultra Deluxe? What does it even mean? But the Stanley Parable 2, now that's an artistic statement right there. It's future-oriented. It screams progress and innovation and long-term franchising potential.
Okay. They're back. 2 doors. What's this one say? Oh, it doesn't say anything. Okay, really. The fern. It's the fern. Hi, Kingrist. It's the fern. Hello, Lorbor. Nice. How big is really big? Was it as big as the other one, or is it equal size, Lorbor? Is it equal size? Logo ideas. All right, that's good, I guess.
Now, to be clear, I haven't quite nailed down what exactly the Stanley Parable 2 is going to be, but let's take a look at some of the features I've been developing for it.
Nice.
I figure that if I can loosely organize a handful of interesting concepts, that surely the game will sort of naturally spring up around them. It'll all work itself out. Game development is much more of a fuzzy magic than anything scientific or logical, really.
That's like a Hulk thing right there. Who took the red marker? The person with the red marker was me. Okay. The new content bus, okay.
Here we are. Go on, try out some of the new features.
Can we get some buckets in the in the chat? I mean, we gotta take a moment to enjoy the bucket. Can we get some buckets in the chat, please? Wow, Rosa. Wow. And good evening to you, man. Real buckets right there, buddy. What else is here before we're going to do that first? If it's the first thing. No screenshots. Okay. Taste the sequel. Yeah, if it was supposed to have been taken out and then it messed up, that's crazy. The button that says the name of the player that is playing the game. Hear your name in the game. Infinite hole? Let's do the bucket. We're here for buckets, y'all. Reassurance bucket by that name, okay?
A common complaint of the Stanley Parable was that it was confusing and paradoxical, that it engendered a chaotic sense of reckless despair in those who played it. Well, I'm happy to say that after much consideration, I've engineered a clever solution to this fundamental problem with the game. It's the Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket. You see, Stanley, anytime you're holding the bucket, a sense of calm and ease will fill your mind.
Buckets do that for you.
True. As long as you hold on to the bucket, the many disorienting contradictions of the Stanley Parable will feel perfectly normal and perhaps even comforting. You may even come to long for the gentle embrace of jarring cognitive dissonance while the bucket is in your arms. And to be honest, it's a much more convenient solution for me than actually redesigning the game to be less uncomfortable. Can you imagine what a pain in the ass that would be? Yes, the bucket is the perfect solution. Come on, give it a try.
We get a good bucket, y'all. Buckets. Buckets!
Can you feel it? The glow of comfort, even in the face of crushing despair, must already be sweeping through your body. And in fact, can I say that I do believe the bucket lends you an air of charisma as well? I think that just holding it has made you the slightest bit more attractive as a person.
Thank you.
The benefits of the bucket seem to go on, don't they? All this and more await you in the Stanley Parable 2.
But I like the bucket now. I can still type with the bucket. Awesome. Did we get to keep the bucket? I think so.
Does anyone give out awards for most enjoyable bucket in a video game?
We do that
really
here.
Should be an award if it isn't already.
It is here. It is here. We give out cookies. See, office decorations, infinite hole is that way. Let's go do the button that says the name of the player that is playing the game. The merch booth, okay. The QR code. What, does it do something?
Tasty goodness has arrived.
Its web address is stanleyparable2.com. CrossX, how you doing? Thank you for your subscription, man. It's for Stanley Parable 2. Can I click off without this minimizing? I can. And no, not now. Go away. That was what it was. It said it was that. Watch our helpful, informative video to learn about the Stanley Parable and what the journey of becoming a sequel is all about. That's new. If you're more of a prequel kind of person, check out the Stanley Parable. Thanks for stopping by. Enjoy the rest. Yeah, that's actually cool. I like it. Taste the sequel. That's cool that they did that. If you have a thing there, it's 9 minutes.
Say there, Timmy. What's that you're enjoying? Why?
I'm not gonna. It's a 10-minute video. I'm gonna move on with that. But yeah, so if you have a QR code scanner on your phone and you're watching it on your computer or TV, you can probably scan that off of my stream, because I'm scanning off the screen right now. And again, it has a link to it. That is crazy cool. I want to see more. I'll watch it. Well, we can do it the other stream. I don't mind.
For the Stanley Parable 2, I asked myself, what do players really want?
Buckets.
And of course, the first and most obvious answer is that they want to be individually recognized and validated as people. So with that in mind, my first addition to the game is this button which speaks the name of the person playing the game. Isn't that wonderful?
Road to the perfect button. That button apparently is too big. That is too small. And that is just right. Okay. Lowboard, I'm sorry. It's Stanley Parable, but it's the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe.
Jim. Sorry, I should have clarified. Right now, the button only says the name Jim. But of course, in the final game, this button will say your name, whatever name that is. Here, let's have you role-play as Jim to really simulate the full experience of this feature. Just play along. I promise you'll love it. Okay, here we go. Let's take a deep breath, clear your mind, forget whoever you are, and simply become a person named Jim.
We're not Jimmy!
I want you to imagine yourself living as Jim.
No!
Sleeping and waking as Jim. Falling in love and being heartbroken as Jim.
It's Tollboy right here.
All of the world's possibilities as Jim, and as Jim watching your dreams crumble into dust. Do you feel it deeply? Are you really, truly Jim right now?
No.
If so, then please step forward and press the button.
No. I am not Jimmy. My God. So you get mad at me not pressing the button? But if I leave? My name's not Jim. It's John. Thank you very much. It's not... Ah! God dang it. It's not Jimmy. What about under here? Can Jimmy go through this door? I mean, John, me. All right, we'll go press the button. Can I go through this door instead, though? No. No, my name isn't James either.
Jim. Yes, you see? What a thrill, what a rush. That was you. The button described you. Do it again, do it again. Jim. Ooh, it hits even harder the second time. If this were the only new feature in the Stanley Parable 2, it would still be worth the money. Let's take a break from the Jim button. I'm too emotionally drained from all of this personal validation. Jim. Whoa there, cowboy. Sometimes a person can be too much Jim. I'm putting the Jim button away. Jim. Otherwise, soon you'll start to lose all sense of who you actually are. Jim.
All right, we press the Jim button. Nice job. Okay, the door's open again. I'll go let you see if you can scan that QR code with your phone. Jim. I am not Jim! Whoa, Sabo. You look crazy there. My cousin's name is James and goes my Jimmy. What?
I suppose I could allow only people named Jim to play the Stanley Parable too. That would actually save me the work of finishing this feature.
I don't, you know, if you take a picture of the bucket, I completely understand. Did you do it, Saboa? Did you do it? Or anybody else? Scanning it? Come on. Mine worked. Scan it. It's my bucket, okay? Don't be sweating my bucket. All right, didn't work for you. I don't know why. Now I kind of want to do it from right here. Let me see. I'm gonna try to do it from my OBS software. You did it on your tablet, okay? Pen drag, then that worked. Let me see. Yeah, it did it off of OBS screen too. It depends on your phone. All right, you went there. What's here? Collectibles. We're not leaving. Oh, and free new easy achievement. Okay, I'm down with that. I can't believe it's that simple. Pull the lever, receive your new achievement. No more steps. It just works. Get yours right now.
Now here's something special. You remember that broken test achievement that got left in the game on accident? Well, I'm developing a technology to simply give you the achievement. Yes, you see, you'll come to this lever, and when you pull it, the achievement will be given to you. It's as simple as that.
I'm gonna get rid of my face because it pops up behind me, so we'll see if it actually happens.
Okay, perhaps I should have clarified. This is technology that will exist. Right now, the achievement is still fully broken. I'm not a wizard, Stanley, but I guarantee it will be fixed in the sequel to at last satisfy the hordes of ravenous fans all over the world who have been uproariously demanding this feature. Gamers, we hear you, and I promise it will happen.
Come on! Give me the achievement! Is there a way to plug it in? Maybe it needs to get plugged in. And I hacked the mainframe. What? It won't let me pick it up to plug. Oh, it's not even plugged on either end. It's plugged into itself? So, Jim, a bucket, and a non-achievement.
What else? What other exhibits haven't we seen yet?
That means it's a non. Okay. And, oh, an infinite. It's a true one. Neat. Educational use only. There's infinity right there in the middle. More hole. You can't have too much hole. You know what I'm saying? Science. Science is right there too. Nice. More. Just more. Okay. Rim, in depth, infinite, surrounding area. What does this say? Likely infinity, hole-like infinity, space-like infinity. There's distant future, distant space-time, distant past, distant space-time. So this is right. Hole-like infinity is between time-like and space-like infinity. Good to know. Good to know. Good knowledge there. That's
Stanley,
science.
Here's an idea that I'm truly fond of. It's never been done before in a video game. This is, in fact, A hole that you can fall down forever. That's right. Infinite falling. You can fall until the end of time if you like. A stunning leap forward for video games as a medium.
I agree, Towson. I can't do anything. Whoa! I did not do that on purpose.
You see, isn't it wonderful? One of my more ingenious concoctions, if I do say so. Now then, since you've gotten to see the infinite hole, you can press the teleport button to pop back up to the top, and we can continue onward.
I mean, I've already jumped in.
Now, I don't mean to be a bummer, but I do recommend you use the teleport button to go back to the top.
I got
do
you.
it on the sooner rather than later spectrum of things.
Why? It's infinite. I have a bucket too.
Okay, Stanley. I don't know quite how to say this tactfully, but it's possible that I slightly exaggerated the infinite nature of the hole. Is it a very, very deep hole? To be certain it is. It's an extremely deep hole. I don't want anyone to say that it isn't an astonishingly deep hole. It is. Is it infinite? Well, that sort of depends on your definition of infinity. From one perspective, the infinite is merely philosophical in nature. It's more of a... Okay, well, good for you. You found the bottom of the hole. You found me out, Stanley. I'm a liar and a cheat, and you're so clever. Look, I think the issue here is just that you're unusually fascinated by falling. What normal person actually wants to fall infinitely? I figured the hole was as deep as anyone would actually need. Don't you put this on me. Maybe you're the problem. Look, things got a little heated there. I think we both said some things we didn't mean.
True.
Why don't we just put all this behind us and agree to just call the hole mostly infinite? If that works for you, then go ahead and press the teleport button to warp up to the top of the hole.
I think you should call it a super very deep hole.
Up here when you're ready.
No, I think you should call it a super very deep hole. It shouldn't be mostly infinite. Exactly. Is there anything? All right, well, maybe if I crouch. No? Okay, G.
Great. Now, I'm very excited. Oh, for heaven. You see, I was right. The problem is you. The problem is that you like holes too much.
I like holes!
A normal person would have said, yep, that's an infinite hole right there. Goes on forever till the end of time. Don't need to see it all, but not you. Oh, no. You have a weird sort of...
It gets shorter.
Did the hole seem even shorter to you?
Yeah,
this
it
time?
did.
I couldn't help but feel like you spent a little less time in there than you did before. I mean, admittedly, I didn't make an infinite hole, but I didn't think it was that not infinite. Well, I suppose once again there's nothing to do here. If you decide you've had enough of the hole, you can hit the teleport button and come join me up above.
I mean, you know what we're going to do. It's not even a question.
Had enough? I'm positively thrilled. I really do have so much more to show you and to talk about, and I've had enough of the hole for a lifetime. Gosh, how could I have guessed? You're back in the hole. If this starts to become a thing where... Wow. Okay. Yes. I'm starting to become extremely certain that the hole is not only not infinite, but that it's growing steadily less and less infinite. I suspect that I'm starting to hit the point where it's no longer feasible to call the hole infinitely deep, even by the lax overall standards for accountability and marketing.
Right.
What's going on here? Stanley, I have no explanation for the uncertain nature of the hole's length. Here, let's try something.
Okay.
Let's pop back up to the top, and we'll see if it gets any shorter.
I'm down.
Well, there it is. The shame of my lie has come to haunt me.
Not only is the hole not infinite, but it's barely even a hole at this point. It's more of a concavity, or even a very aggressive divot.
Aggressive divot.
How is this still appealing to you? I know you're obsessed with holes, but at this depth, I just can't see this scratching the itch. Oh, who am I to judge? You just do whatever it is you're here to do and hit the teleport button when you're ready to move on.
Me and my bucket were in a shallow hole. Used to be infinite, but it's not. It doesn't work.
Is the, teleport button not working? You sure? Well, I mean, I really don't have an explanation. It was working just a moment ago. Try it again.
Okay.
Still nothing? Well, I suppose there is one thing I can do to fix this. I'm out. Goodbye, Stanley. You couldn't bear to be away from the hole, and now you'll get more time with it than you could ever have asked for.
I've actually got
It's a
two.
win for everyone. You get to be with the hole, I get to do literally anything else. Take care, Stanley. I hope you and the hole have a wonderful rest.
But I have a bucket. It's like a hole too. So I have two holes. And what do you got? Nothing. I thought I would do something. I thought we were playing along with your perception.
My head's stronger. You're no longer using up the space of mine. My head's stronger. Now you're no longer using.
Change yourself? Jester, thank you for the bitty bits.
Stanley? Stanley? Stanley?
Oh, good, you're awake. It seems you had sort of dozed off there, drifting away into dreamland. But we can't have that, Stanley, because this hole is just so darn fascinating that I want you to be wide awake for every second of it. You don't want to miss a single moment. So how about if I just pop in from time to time and wake you up to keep you really, truly focused on the hole? From the looks of things, you and I will have many, many years here in this hole, and I'm looking forward to all of them. Stay alert, Stanley. I'll be back. Toodle-pip.
He's gonna do it again? Oh, wait.
Here we are. Go on, try out some of the new features.
All right, let's go. Is this where the hole goes? I want to see. Yeah, yeah. Oh, now, oh, look, it's called Mostly Infinite Hole now.
Okay, I'll be honest, I haven't yet decided on this one. I think that in the new version, the office could use a bit of decoration, like balloons. But I'm undecided on Get Well Someday and Happy 12th Birthday. Which would you go with?
Left or right? Left or right? Which one? I don't know. I kind of like Get Well Someday, but Happy 12th Birthday Stepniece is pretty good too. They're both, yeah. Yeah, the right one, you think the right one, Del? We'll go with the right one.
You know, sometimes when you solicit another person's opinion, it makes you realize that you knew which one you actually really wanted all along. Get Well Someday it is. Or actually, maybe I should have gone with... No, I've made my decision. We're moving on.
Where's the hole? Is this the hole? This is the hole, right? I'm going back to the hole. We're gonna go see what's up in the hole. Never mind. We're not allowed to go back in the hole. Okay, so. Wait, we've already done the jump circle already.
You know what? Let's bring the jump circle back for Stanley Parable 2 as well. It's... Oh, wait. You already spent all your jumps the first time we saw the jump circle? Oh well. I suppose it can just be a nice decorative piece then.
Ah. Okay, collectibles. And there's the exit. Can you find them?
Ah, collectibles. Now it's a real video game. In the Stanley Parable 2, you'll run around gathering up these miniature Stanley figurines. And what's truly innovative is that there will be no reward for collecting all of them. I don't want to stifle the intrinsic joy of watching a number go up. You simply collect all of them, and then you move the hell on with your unremarkable life.
Do we legit need to find them?
God, it really is the worst when you collect everything in a video game and then they give you a big fancy reward for it. Absolutely
I want to collect them.
Tragic.
Yeah, collectionist. You know, if they're the collectionist, you know. Okay, you can't get through that. Collectionists. Is this thing closed too? Yes. No, this one's still here. Just go hit it again real quick. Just hit it again. Wait, that last time. Oh, it is kind of opening up there. All right, so let's look around some more and then see. I have my bucket, though. It's my bucket. And I'm typing with my bucket. What's up there? That's the exit there, okay. So, jump circle 5. This map. Good night, Toll Boy Raid. You have a good sleep, man. Thank you for the scary 6. We got the bucket. Settings world champion. What? I am here. OSK. Collectibles. So there's collectibles. So over here and around. To the left. I already been in here. Merch, settings is... What's this? The button says the name of the player. Okay, we already know about that. A whole new office. Nice. You heard Jim in the game. You heard Jim in the game. The button that says Jim. That's Jim! Wow. Yeah, I'm gonna... We went up there. Oh, I think we're good. Epilogue. We walked through that already.
All right. Have you seen everything you wanted to? Ready to move on now?
Yeah, we'll do that. My bucket, wherever I go, it goes my bucket and me. That's a big road case.
So, Stanley, what do you think? Do you like all of the new features? Yes, I know it's not exactly clear yet how exactly these features will come together as one single coherent video game, but I can feel it in my soul. It's going to work. There's definitely a good game in there somewhere.
I'm sure there is.
Let's do an experiment. I'll arrange these new features together, and we'll see whether or not it coheres into a meaningful gameplay experience. Okay. Are you ready? Here it is. I give you the Stanley Parable 2. I mean, there's potential here, right? It's sort of... Okay, never mind. Hold on. Let me do a different arrangement. Okay, yes, this is much better. I feel good about this. Here we go. Version 2. Who am I kidding, Stanley? This isn't a coherent video game at all. It's a lot of gags. And I do very much enjoy creating gags, but they don't add up to anything. I wanted more than anything to create a sequel that would capture all the magic of the first game. I wanted fans to love it. No matter how good these gags are, they won't stand on their own. They would need the structure and the gameplay of the original. Wait, maybe that's it. I can take the original Stanley Parable and simply, well, insert a few of my new features into it. Tastefully, of course. With respect. With care for the vision and integrity of the original game. Would it possibly work? I suppose it could. But it would need a really, really tremendous title screen. A title screen that says with bold and uncompromising conviction, "This is the Stanley Parable 2. Let me see if I can whip something up.
Okay.
All right, perfect. Go ahead. Take a look.
It actually... Oh, that was been wrong the whole time. That's what it's supposed to be. All right, begin the game.
This is the story of a man named Stanley. Stanley worked for a company in
There's
a
the
big building
balloons!
where he was employee number 427. Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his
Right, we
desk,
know all this.
telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every year. And although others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job. And Stanley was happy.
Okay.
And then one day, something very peculiar happened. Something that would forever change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed up to give him instructions,
Like the balloons.
call a meeting, or even say hi. Never in
Good night,
all his
Pendrag.
years
Have
at
a
the
good one,
company
man.
had this happened. This complete isolation. Something was very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time.
Oh.
But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office. All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
Okay.
Stanley picked up the bucket.
I know. We found the bucket again. The bucket.
Stanley pressed the bucket upon every little thing in the office. Nothing responded to the bucket's touch, but it did little to discourage Stanley's belief in the magic of the bucket.
That was the new content door.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the
Please
door
don't get too many spoilers when I haven't done it yet, too. It's first time playing through with this, so. It's okay. You didn't know, but we're just finding stuff out. I want to go and see what the bucket does in the right
This was
room.
not the correct way to the
You're good.
meeting
You're good.
room.
You don't apologize. You're
Stanley
good.
had
Just
felt
now you
the
know.
bucket calling to him,
With the thing
telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be.
Yeah. You like the thing. Other thing you helped me. It was fine. It was something I wouldn't have done at all. But like the stuff like that, it's all good. It's all good. So the bucket wanted me to go here.
And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meeting room? Yes, Stanley thought to himself. Yes, perhaps it truly was. How insightful the bucket turned out to be.
Is he gonna talk any more about the bucket? You talking about the bucket?
Truly, being here with the bucket was a grand adventure.
It was.
Stanley reflected on all they'd been through together. First, walking through the door on the right. Then walking to the lounge. Then arriving at the lounge. What a thrilling journey the bucket had inspired. Perhaps this was where the bucket felt most truly at home. Here in the employee lounge. Perhaps it's the only place a bucket can even feel at home.
No, it can feel at home in several different places. We know this. We found this out. Anything else? Anything else?
Stanley decided to just give the bucket absolutely as much time as it needed to be in the lounge. Clearly, the bucket and the employee lounge shared a special connection.
Is there say anything else? Is that it? Is that it? Is that it? I wouldn't mind more buckets. Or if I could put a bucket in my bucket, because then you could use the bucket to carry the bucket. All right, we're going to go.
But finally, the bucket was done being in the lounge, and they took the first open door on their left to get back. And so the two of them detoured through the maintenance section and walked straight ahead to the opposite door.
I need to listen to the dialogue.
Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find answers.
Let's see what happens when we go in here. Okay, is it? Oh, it is open.
Oh, Stanley, can you feel it? The broom closet. It wants the bucket. You can feel that, can't you? The aura of jealousy? It's as clear as day. This broom closet believes it deserves the bucket. I can really feel it now.
I don't blame it.
It belongs in a broom closet. That's what the broom closet
No.
is trying to say here.
No.
It's supposed to go with the other cleaning supplies.
It's special.
Stanley, don't give in. Don't hand over
It's
the
my bucket.
I know how hard it must be, given the pressure that the broom closet is putting on your shoulders right now, but you have to be strong. This is your bucket. This is your companion and lifelong friend. You can't hand it over.
Potential for that.
Oh, no. We're getting into
how nice that wooden handle
is. Is this how low the broom closet has sunk, that it has to resort to this stream of petty insults simply in order to get you to hand over the bucket? Stanley, I never liked this broom closet for a variety of reasons, but even this is worse than I had imagined. And wait, now the broom closet has the gall to imply that you and the bucket are not truly deep and lasting friends? That your relationship is purely superficial and convenient? That your life is so banal and meaningless that you'd feel the same sort of kinship towards any inanimate object which happened to lay in your path in an even partially enticing manner? Well, I'd never. Go on, Stanley. Lay into it. Really tell the broom closet off for its demeaning comments. Expand on the wide variety of experiences you and the bucket have shared together. Go through each of them point by point.
I don't have to deserve anything this broom closet. This is a broom closet.
The emotional landscape of your feelings for the bucket as they have changed and evolved over the years. Let him have it.
No. It doesn't. I'm not gonna tell anything about.
Okay, I've got you something which I think will help settle this debate once and for all.
Okay.
Here we go. There. Now it's settled. No more debate, no more discussion. Take a hike, broom closet, with all your meandering philosophical diatribes about the nature of cleaning supplies and their relationship to broom closets in the natural order of things.
So he put a sticker on it.
All right, I've got a second sticker back here, and I'm going to slap it on as well because I think it's appropriate. You see, I feel that it works because the sticker is also a bucket. That way, if you're ever unsure whether the thing you're holding is a bucket or not, you can look down at this sticker and say to yourself, ah, it's a bucket. There really is a wide variety of applications for this sticker.
It's the bucket of a bucket sticker. We'll see that, broom closet.
I could take the name-calling and the dismissal of your kinship with the bucket, but now the broom closet is just giving us the silent treatment. And to be honest, I'm sick of the pettiness on display. You can stay here all you like, but I've had it with this impetulant room of cleaning supplies. Easily the most childish such room I've ever been in. I'll see you outside, and we can get on with the story about you and your bucket.
That escalated pretty quickly there. Well, we got stickers on our bucket now. He's actually honest. He's not coming back. You got nothing else to say? I guess not. All right.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
What about we going in here with the bucket now? I found one!
You found one of them. One of the miniature Stanley figurines. Remember, no reward for collecting all of these, only the intrinsic pleasure of a job well done. You can't buy that sort of happiness, Stanley. God knows I've tried. So, I implore you to savor each and every moment you come across one of these beautiful figurines.
We've got 2 of them. Okay, so we can actually collect them. Okay. I did it, Pumpkin King. That broom closet did it. It wasn't me. That was straight the broom closet. All right, what's gonna happen this time?
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire, but Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
Okay. Savor it, y'all. Savor it.
Another miniature Stanley figurine. This, there really must be a snappier name for these things. What about mini-stands? Stanley figs? What about Stanlerines? Yes, I think I like that. Another Stanlerine under your belt.
So if there's like a toy that looks like Stanley, it'd be a Stan latrine. All right, what are we doing with the bucket down here? With the bucket, do down here, the bucket and me.
The elevator raced downward, plummeting towards an unknown fate. It would be all Stanley could do to keep himself together, if not for the bucket. Soothing him, comforting him, reassuring that in this darkest moment of uncertainty, he would be all right. The bucket is here for you, Stanley. Everything will be fine.
Okay. So do they do new endings for it with it?
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility. Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley and the bucket would both meet a violent death. But of course, Stanley and the bucket thought better of it and realized they simply had too much to live for. Nope, it's death for Stanley and the bucket.
Okay. Let's do on. Wait, I still have my bucket. I just had to make sure I still have my bucket.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves.
I don't know if something else would happen.
monitors jumped to life, and Stanley nearly dropped the bucket in shock. Everyone in the office was being videotaped, monitored like guinea pigs. The bucket had never seen anything like this, and it very nearly burst into tears as Stanley cradled it gently, reassuring it that everything would be fine.
It's okay, Bucket! It's all right!
Was the bucket under the mind control facility's influence as well?
Ooh.
Had the bucket been told to do things it didn't wish to do? What kinds of things does a bucket want to do or not want to do in the first place? These questions raced furiously in Stanley's feeble mind. No! He screamed into the bucket. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control, never! He squeezed the bucket tighter. His one friend in the entire world. At this point, he could trust no one except for the bucket.
Amen. Trust the bucket. It's this room again.
But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy, or sad, or content.
Now I'm wondering,
Walking,
we're gonna try that other door
eating,
with the
working,
bucket too.
All of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he and the bucket would dismantle the controls for good. Two best friends, Stanley and the bucket, up against the world. They high-fived in a really cool way, and the bucket made a sassy comment about taking down the system.
Taking down the system, man! Let's go, bucket! All right, here we go. I'm gonna turn it
When at
on.
last they came to the source of the room's power, Stanley and the bucket knew it was their obligation to put an end to this horrible place and to everything it stood for. But at the last second, the bucket jumped in and pressed the button to turn on the controls. Stanley gasped in horror. Had this been the bucket's plan all along?
Might have
To
been.
take over the machine and claim the power for itself?
Might have been.
How could the bucket have betrayed him like this? Stanley was prepared to throw the bucket away in disgust when suddenly an image appeared upon the enormous screen. Birds. Silly, silly birds. The control buttons became active again. Stanley flipped through one video of silly birds after another, and then it dawned on him. This wasn't a mind control facility at all. It was a facility for monitoring and surveilling silly birds all over the world. The mind controls were only a facade to disguise its true intentions. Had the bucket known this all along? Stanley marveled at the metal genius in his hands, the one who had pointed him towards this incredible discovery. Stanley and the bucket never found freedom because they spent the rest of their lives here in this place, flipping through live streams of the silliest birds imaginable. Of all the possible paths his life could have taken, this one was surely the best. And Stanley was happy.
Oh, that was awesome. Oh, we lost our bucket?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply
All right, let's
missed a
see if there's
memo.
anything different. Is that
No matter how
still
hard
not there?
Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
Where'd the bucket go? Oh, it was in this room. There it is. Oh, we gotta watch out for the collectibles too.
Stanley lifted the bucket into his arms, and a wave of comfort rushed over him.
I'm gonna leave them on this time. I don't see the thing that we had before. It looks like it's the same. You do anything nothing with the balloons either.
Stanley pressed the bucket upon every little thing in the office.
Right.
Nothing responded to the bucket's touch, but it did little to discourage Stanley's belief in the magic of the bucket.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his
We checked
chest
over there.
and entered the door on his
I'm gonna
left.
do the all the way outside again with the bucket.
This
See what
was
happens.
not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the
Now I'm gonna go
meeting room?
straight?
No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
You cut him off and it tells the bucket was wrong. Okay, let's go straight. This time with the bucket.
No,
said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift. Good,
Said the bucket.
now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
Nice bucket. Good bucket. Friendly bucket.
In here.
Said the bucket.
Go into this dark room over here.
Stanley once again obeyed blindly.
Can I jump? I can't. Wait, maybe? No. Can I go up in here? Okay.
Now pick up the phone.
Said the bucket.
Pick up the phone and it will take us back home, where we can go about life together.
This is the sad story of a man named Stanley and his bucket. Once upon a time, I gave Stanley a bucket because I thought he was lonely and could use a friend. And then, very distressingly, he began to believe the bucket could speak to him.
The beige pages. Nice. Okay, where's the... Oh, there it is right there. Hello, Stanley. It's me, your Beckett. Press G to take me to work with you.
The Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket was merely meant to provide the comforting glow of companionship. It doesn't literally talk and give you orders. Whatever Stanley is hearing the bucket say to him is just in his head.
Wait, where'd my bucket go? Ah, this is my bucket. L to take me back home with you.
Lately, I've been concerned about him. Wouldn't you be concerned as well? To see him delusional like this, obsessing over an inanimate metal object? I want to say something to him, but I don't know how I can convince him. I don't know if he'll listen to me.
Can I press G without it? No, I can't. All right. M to go back to work. Okay.
Oh, I'll try anyway. Stanley, can you hear me? Listen to me. It's just a bucket. It can't think. It can't talk. All it will ever truly do for you is effectively transfer a liquid from one location to a different location. That's it. It
Wrong.
doesn't do
You can transfer
anything
solids too. Don't listen to the loud man. Press X for us to go back home.
You see, he's not listening. He's still taking orders from the bucket. You know, once upon a time it was me he took orders from. Me he trusted and listened to. Now all he cares about is his awful bucket. This stupid hunk of metal.
I'll turn back on. Where's the bucket? There's the bucket? Press N to ignore anyone in your life except for me.
It's sad, but I suppose he doesn't need me anymore. From now on, he's just going to
Hey,
cling
Fairy.
to this bucket, this cold, empty bucket, this sort of shiny bucket.
It is shiny, not sort
Well,
of.
I'll give it this. The bucket does have a nice shine to it.
Yes, it does. You believe I'm real, don't you, Stanley? Press K to go back home.
Yes, I suppose on closer inspection that it doesn't quite look like your average hardware store bucket. It's just a little more, what am I trying to say? Sturdier, more capable of transporting liquid. Like it would be better at moving an amount of water from one room to another.
Relive the same day with me over and over.
Oh my God, what am I saying? Better at carrying water from room to room. It's a bucket. It's literally just a bucket. Why do I feel some need to point out the ways in which it's so much more than just a regular bucket?
It's precious to me. It's precious. Press U to go home to work, to home to work to home. It's the only bucket. It's not better than any other bucket. It's the only bucket, okay, Stick?
Oh no. I'm having feelings. For the bucket. No, 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 no. What's going on? Why do I want to be with the bucket? Hear what the bucket has to say. Do anything it asks. What's wrong with me? I don't understand. Perhaps if I had the bucket, this would be less confusing. Yes. The bucket could tell me what to do in this troublesome situation.
It's more buckets!
Stanley, give me the bucket. Give it to me. Give me the bucket, Stanley. I need it. Give it to me now. Give it, or I'll...
That got serious real quick.
How long was I sitting there? Stanley wondered to himself.
That got serious
days,
really quick.
centuries?
It looks like it's just doing the
Something
same
crucial
screens
happened
now.
while his senses were turned. He made a note to be more careful with time from now on. The confusion and the chaos all seemed to melt away as Stanley embraced the bucket.
Hello, bucket. I'm not sure what else, y'all. I know there's collectibles to get, I guess. That was
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
I closed my eye. Dwarf! True! Buckets of love! 49 times! We fought that beast. You're a bucket of me. It's like 427. Ha ha ha. 5 there be. Just take it from me. Gotta collect them all. A private, but I get it, place for it. So we got that one. Somewhere both red and blue. Stairs, something to do. Okay, so the stairs one was actually going up the stairs here. So we'll look down the stairs. Large room, lots of boxes.
Stanley, we must move on from this broom closet, simply because I have no remaining stickers. If I did, you can guarantee we'd be in here for hours. But alas, no stickers.
That's too bad. So here, let's look in here.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Okay, I'm going back to the name of these little Stanley figurines, and now I'm torn between Stanlerines and Figlies. What do you think, Stanley? What name better encapsulates the intrinsic sense of happiness that you get from seeing a small number in the corner of your screen go up by 1? Let me sit on it. I'm sure it will come to me.
Screw it.
But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss, admitting he had left his post during work hours. He might be fired for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished? His boss would think he was crazy. And then something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy. He looked down at the bucket in his arms. Am I crazy? He asked the bucket. The bucket returned his gaze, but said nothing at all. That's strange, Stanley thought. Usually the bucket is a source of guidance and wisdom for me in difficult times such as these. He held the bucket close, yet felt none of its familiar reassurance and comfort. And that's when Stanley realized, this isn't my bucket. It's just a normal, everyday bucket. Someone else's bucket, perhaps. How did I end up with someone else's bucket? This is all terribly wrong. Surely no good would come from this. Who knows what sorts of bizarre hallucinations Stanley might experience without the psychologically grounding presence of his bucket. And indeed, now he noticed that the rooms were repeating, which was, of course, very odd. And now he felt himself floating off the ground. Oh, gracious, he exclaimed. Without my bucket, I've gone truly mad. Where is it? I must find it. Far off in the distance now, he heard it, calling to him.
Stanley! Stanley, it's me! The bucket!
Could it truly be? He rushed forward from room to room, passing by one bucket after the next. None of them were his. None of them were his special bucket.
Come to me, Stanley! Find me!
He had to find the bucket. He had to return to his old friend. It was the only way to truly restore his sanity. And then suddenly, he froze dead in his tracks. He knew where the voice of the bucket had been coming from. The real bucket was inside of him all along. It was incredibly painful. Stanley doubled over in agony and blacked out. This is the story of a woman named Mariella. Mariella woke up on a day like any other. She arose, got dressed, picked up her bucket of comfort and security.
Is it the same thing again?
Place of work.
She had a bucket!
On this particular day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town, talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk. Right away, she knew what the problem was. This man had no bucket. Of course he'd gone mad, ranting and raving about a narrator describing all of his actions and how everything is predetermined and free will is an illusion and it's all just a video game. It could all have been prevented if only he'd taken his bucket with him. Perhaps he didn't even realize he'd forgotten his bucket at home in the first place. How cruel the world
Buckets!
could be, Mariella thought, and she hugged her own bucket even tighter. But of course, she had no time for this. There were a myriad of confusing problems she would soon have to confront at work, for which her bucket would provide absolute guidance and total clarity on everything. Heck yes, she thought to herself, my life kicks ass. And she backflipped all the way to work.
All right, let's go try to get that other collectible real quick.
Even now, Stanley's office was a distant memory. What did it look like? There was a computer, perhaps, and a painting. Was it a painting or a photo? He could no longer recall.
Well, this is crazy in a good way.
Warmth spread through Stanley's arms.
With the bucket in his arms again, he was home.
Yeah, that screen disappeared. I don't know. I'll leave that one on. All right, we'll do the lift and get the other collectible.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest.
Yep.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had
And it
the
will say,
bucket
nope, he'll be
turned
mad
out to
again?
Correct? Was this better? No, never mind.
Yep.
The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
Nope.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift.
There it is over there. Okay.
You're getting close now, Stanley. You've nearly gotten all of the Figler anarines. Very soon, you'll collect the last one, and then the first number will equal the second number, and that will be it. We'll be different people by then. Different in the sense that we used to have none of them, and now we have them all. You can't go back to when you had no Figler anarines. None of us can.
Did I jump down?
But Stanley feared that any path he walked might lead to the separation of himself and the bucket, his dearest friend. So he threw himself to his death, that they might die in one another's arms. How deeply touching.
I use Sennheisers too. I really like them. What are they? The HD 380 Pros? These are actually pre-content creation, same headphones. And I have replaced the ear pads on them, and I've replaced this cord many times, but I've had these for years.
How wonderful. Stanley was alone. Finally. This is great, he thought to himself. This is what I've wanted all along. I got what I wanted.
I like how there's so many different things. Let's check the screens. Yeah, they stopped showing the thing. There might be another computer somewhere we got to do it at then, I guess.
Stanley picked up the bucket and smiled. He'd never be alone again, not truly alone, not with the bucket around.
No, those are CGI, Waggly. Those aren't real. It's just like my nipples. So it's the same thing, except you get it this way.
Stanley clutched the bucket.
Okay, we're gonna go
to his
this way?
chest and entered the door on his left.
Both red and blue. Okay. Wait, Jinja, how can you tell you spotted one? What makes them float in the air? Who took these pictures of them? That's a hint there about the bathroom one. Follow clues provided by employee 416. We can do it. Red room? Come on, come on, come on. Don't be that's it. Bottom text, that's great. Okay, that's the same thing. Okay. Maybe we are the collectibles. To whom it may concern, I managed to pick up sounds unusual to our regular office ambiances or local audio sources using an array of cardioid microphones, also known as directional mic, a microphone that picks up sound from particular areas. Analysis of the recordings allowed me to triangulate the source of the strange noise. Data shows that in all likelihood it's coming from a dark area behind a very warm place. I also picked up what looks like to be reverberance off a porcelain surface. Okay, that's the one we already got. Source of levitation, the base of it. So we know about that one. What do they want? Should we make them employees? How many are there? Can we sell them? Why wouldn't they just tell us something will happen? This investigation, this room, they feel pointless, to be honest. So red and blue.
Stanley, we must move on from this broom closet, simply because I have no remaining stickers.
All right, it's the same thing.
If I did, you can guarantee we'd be in here for
We got that one down there.
Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Let's see if the elevator does anything now. No. We've already tried up before, too.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire, if not for the soothing. But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him?
Of course.
Yes. This is certainly the most logical explanation.
So... And we got in here. We've already done that. We've already done that. We've already done that. Well, it might be different with the bucket. I want to see if we can find this last collectible.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility.
Now, if we choose... no, on will take us to the bird ending. Yeah, I'm going to try that one out, see if we get any red and blue in
Although
here.
this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley and the bucket would both meet a violent death.
We learned that. Yes, yes, yes. Thank you, game. We've been here before, but with
The door behind them was not shut.
Correct.
Stanley and the bucket still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track. At this point, Stanley and the bucket were knowingly walking forward into a very painful death for each of them.
Yep.
As the machine whirred into motion and Stanley and the bucket inched closer to their demise, Stanley reflected on how meaningless the bucket's warmth and comfort had turned out to be. To be sure, it puts the mind and the soul at ease to embrace the bucket, but what use is a sense of ease when you're about to be crushed to death? This is what Stanley thought to himself, and he sort of kicked himself for wasting so much time carrying a bucket everywhere. Farewell, Stanley.
Farewell, bucket, too. So here's the other voice.
Farewell, Stanley, cried the narrator, as Stanley and the bucket were led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, the bucket's life came to an end, as it was crushed violently to death.
There's that way, and this way is blocked, right? Yes, it is. Yep.
It was a shame, the death of such a magnificent bucket. It's true that all buckets are radiant in their own way, but this one stood above the rest. It was a glorious bucket to behold.
There's no red and blue in here. The bucket welcomes you to the grand exhibit. You are standing at the precipice of knowledge. Much like a bucket itself, the human mind is frequently empty within, a cavernous void. But through use of the exhibit in front of you, the mind becomes full and enriched and sustained. Knowledge of the bucket and its history is the only true knowledge you really have. Will you take what you learn here out with you into the world? Will you accept with an open mind what may be challenging about the information in the exhibit? Will you change the lives of yourself and the loved ones as a result of this exhibit? Will you turn a blind eye and continue to live as you were, in ignorance and darkness?
Can you see how arrogant it was for Stanley to take a bucket like this and to claim it for his own? Can you see the hubris that blinded him? Can you see that the bucket is far more noble than Stanley will ever be in his short life?
25 buckets. A photograph of 25 buckets. The greatest number of buckets ever captured on the camera. The photographer experienced catatonic shock for several weeks as a result of the euphoria from exposure to this many buckets at once. I'm going to have to say that's more than 25 buckets. They need to learn how to count better. A bucket with two handles. This bucket is depicted as having two handles. Such a design has never been created in real life, having been deemed too dangerous and recklessly experimental. Every year, dozens are put to death just for attempting it. Oh, is that what it is? Oh. It says 25 buckets. Yeah, it says 25 buckets, not exhibit, because that would have said the number above it, right? Yeah, it's 25 buckets. It's wrong. I'm going to go with that. I'm sticking with it. Inferno Bucket, a replica of the Inferno Bucket, which in the medieval era was so powerfully alluring that it drove dozens of nations to war with one another for control of it. Billions died, and yet, in spite of it all, the simple fact remains: no one can control a bucket. I thought it was saying Jumbo Raptor. Cave drawing. While we know that buckets predate the existence of mankind, we do not know by how long. This cave drawing depicts early man's discovery of the practical uses of the bucket. By the time the bucket had already likely been around for several millennia. Notice in these drawings how the bucket is allowing itself to be used, having judged humanity to be worthy of its treasures. Let's check the other side. The stress bucket. Presented without commentary. Worrying, negative forecasting, negative thinking, lack of reassurance, of vulnerability, size, and strength of the bucket. Coping strategies equals holes. Rest and relaxation, doing something you enjoy, rest and relaxation. Stress equals the level of bucket in the water. Wait, level of water in the bucket. Oops, my bad.
No man can own a bucket, and certainly not a bucket as dazzling to behold as this one. It is man who should kneel before the bucket.
The hanging bucket. This piece symbolizes the necessary relationship between bucket and humanity. However, clear our grasp of the bucket may be, there is yet more than that, always out of reach. This distance inevitably is our own good.
But there is something we can do. Something we can do together, you and I, that will right this terrible wrong. Let Stanley die. Let him be crushed by the machine. Don't reset the game. Don't give him another opportunity to run off with another beautiful bucket. We can save the world's buckets from their treatment as tools and implements if only we let Stanley die together. The bucket shall take its place as ruler.
Oh, we can hide here.
As commander of a new world, a new vision.
Nope. Never mind. So,
The good old bucket. Just Stanley and the bucket, off on another thrilling adventure together.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
we still need to find red and blue. I don't know if we'll find it in time. Red and blue, red and blue. What's red and blue? Somewhere both red and blue. A red and blue thing is red and blue. My brain is just as not going for it right now. Collecting is sexy. Yeah, but what purple places have we been?
Stanley, we must move on from this broom closet, simply because I have no remaining stickers. If I did, you can guarantee we'd be in here for hours.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's
This
office.
was just underneath the stairs. That was just red and stuff in there. We've already done that. Here's the office here. We've already gotten the one in here. We've looked in here already. And there was nothing else. Business strategy. Is that what it is?
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again
Tasty goodness has
stunned
arrived.
to discover not
Hey,
an
what's up,
indication
Sarge?
of
Thank you for
anything
tier 2.
wrong.
Good evening to you, man.
Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have
How you
broken
doing?
down into
Thank you,
an
man.
emotional dumpster fire, if not for the soothing presence of the bucket.
We're gonna piss him
Even
off
now,
again.
In his darkest of hours, did the bucket's warmth and guiding light
pierce the dark clouds of confusion and chaos. It would be with him always. The bucket would. And he knew it. The two of them were inseparable.
I'm not falling the hole.
Stanley was so absorbed in the tender spiritual connection he shared with the bucket that he didn't notice the keypad behind the boss's desk. Nor in his bliss of simply being near the bucket did he have any notion that the PIN number for the keypad was 2845.
I'm gonna go backwards again. How you doing, Sarge, man? Is he gonna say anything?
Stanley just sat around twiddling his thumbs. Trying to
Bucket!
input anything on the device was useless, since he could never possibly know that the combination was 2845. "2845.
I think if I tap it once, then it says something.
Forgot, but it turns out that the
See,
panel's
he cuts off
emergency
early.
override kicked in, and the door just opened all by itself.
So we'll
And
jump off
Stanley got
again.
the hell along with the story. Well, whoop-de-doo.
We'll jump off this time. We jumped off already, but we didn't do it with the bucket, so I'll do the bucket one, but... Oh, we might get the bucket song again. Oh, it might have... It'd be awesome if they got the song again and it had bucket lyrics to it instead. We're gonna do the thing where we go across the cargo after this
Stanley
again.
and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that
Yeah,
read
yeah.
Mind Control Facility. But just as Stanley was about to proceed further into the mind control facility, he tripped and fell over the railing and into the dark void below. Thankfully, he fell directly onto the bucket, which safely cushioned his fall. Now, what to do next, Stanley wondered. Stanley and the bucket could find no way out of this enormous pit, and so eventually they decided that the best thing to do would be to simply get comfortable down here. So they set up a little couch and relaxed. It really wasn't so bad down here. A bit cold, perhaps.
Blue and red?
After some time had gone by, they installed a few shelves as well, and a sort of kitchenette that was useful for when the bucket was craving paninis. But it wasn't until the rugs and the standing lamps came in that it really started to feel like a home. In fact, after some time, Stanley realized that it had been ages since he had even thought of the mind control facility at all. He'd never gotten to fully explore what was up there, never been able to unearth the many mysteries of the mind control facility. This lack of closure began to eat at him. Soon he was dwelling on his regrets, and the state of their home slowly decayed as Stanley became withdrawn and neglected the cleaning. It unsettled the bucket deeply. Stanley wasn't usually like this. The bucket tried to reach out to him again and again, but to no avail. All Stanley could think about, all he could talk about, was going back, doing it over again, staying on the path. It was a mistake to leave the path. It was a mistake. It was a mistake. I need to do what the narrator says. I need to see the true ending. This made no sense at all to the bucket, which was simply trying to live its life down here as comfortably as possible. Yet Stanley was unconsolable. This isn't an ending. This is just a hole in the ground. The bucket sighed. True, it wasn't an ending. But it's where we happen to be. And maybe, possibly, if we accept the reality of things, maybe this will become an ending eventually. It's what the bucket was counting on. The two of them waited for a very long time.
We'll start over. Yeah,
All of his co-workers were gone.
Ah!
What did it mean?
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Where are we going today? The bucket asked. Stanley just smiled. Anywhere they went together would be perfectly fine with him.
No, Taco. No, it did not. We did a lot of the other ones, but no, I've never played it originally, so this has been the first time tonight. We're gonna go this way.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his... This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be.
Yeah.
And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
All right, let's see what's up. We've already gotten the one down here on the shelves.
Said the bucket.
Don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Good,
Said the bucket.
now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why.
I didn't mean to do that!
But Stanley feared that any path he walked might lead to the separation of himself and the bucket, his dearest friend. So he threw himself to his death, that they might die in one another's arms. How deeply touching. A soft wind blew outside and perhaps rain started, and if it did, it stopped shortly after. Stanley hoped that he would one day see weather.
Oh,
A good
crap.
bucket, a strong bucket, a humble bucket, a committed bucket, a bucket of culture and distinction.
True.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest. This was not the correct way to the meeting room.
No, it's not.
But Stanley had felt the bucket
Right.
calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to
I'm
the
getting
meeting
deja
room.
vu. I don't know about y'all.
No,
Said the bucket.
I know, Mr.
don't
Bucket.
go to the meeting room.
We're not.
Go somewhere else.
We are.
The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to... Good,
Said the bucket.
now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking
I'm
to
gonna
him.
try to jump down to
It
this
should have
too.
alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
Come on, Bucket. Let's go this way. On the catwalk, yeah. I shake my little bucket on the cat.
No, stop. Look there on the wall. You see, there's a sign right there. It says, "No buckets past this point." Stanley, how could you think it was okay to bring the bucket here? Unless, what if the problem is that you actually don't know what is a bucket and what isn't a bucket? I suppose that would explain a lot about your behavior up to this point. Which, if that's true, well, my goodness, I think we have to do something about it. This misunderstanding could have dire consequences on the entire rest of the game if not addressed quickly and properly.
Thank you,
So
Hiking Chris.
much of the impact of the story is dependent on your understanding of what is and isn't a bucket. Please, step in here for a moment. Now then, I'm going to run you through some test scenarios, and you'll tell me whether or not the thing I'm showing you is a bucket. Simple enough, right? This should tell us everything we'll ever need to know about what is or is not a bucket. Okay, let's begin. Item 1. Is this a bucket?
Can I use my lifeline? It might be a pail, but it's a bucket. It's a bucket.
Incorrect. It is a hologram of a bucket, not an actual bucket.
God dang it, I was wrong.
Item 2. Is this a bucket?
It could be like a planter that someone used wire across the top to make it look like a bucket. True, it could be a big cup. I'm gonna go with yes.
Incorrect. It is a 3D printed recreation of a bucket, not an actual bucket.
I should have noticed that. I should have noticed that. There was lines on the side. I didn't even think about it.
Item 3. Is this a bucket?
That might actually be a hat. They put it upside down to try to fool me. Is it a bucket, chat? Wait. Sarge says that all buckets. Vito says still a bucket. It might be a hat though. It might be a hat. I'm gonna go with bucket.
Correct. This is a bucket. Item 4. Is this a bucket?
Obviously, it is a bucket. Yeah.
What? Are you hallucinating? This is a tractor.
It's a
an
bucket!
enormous machine that tills the earth. I thought this was a gimmick. How on earth did you manage to screw it up? Absolutely incredible. Let's just move on to the next one. Is this a bucket?
You know, he might be actually talking about what's in my hand. I mean, they're both buckets, so yeah.
Correct. This is a bucket. Item 6. Is this a bucket?
I can't see the bottom of it because it might be a sifter. It might be a sifter. You know what I'm saying? Like it could be. It could use it to sift. You know what I mean? My heart is telling me it's a bucket.
Trick question. Both. Gotcha.
God dang it.
Item... Wait, hold on. I can't find the next one. Let me see. It should be around here somewhere.
That's like a bucket of air. I'm going to say yes.
Okay, you and I both know there isn't anything here.
It's air.
And I
it's
don't
air bucket.
appreciate the implication that nothing is a bucket when we both clearly know that a bucket is something, and therefore nothing could possibly be something. Unless, in your twisted mind, have you somehow convinced yourself that a bucket is nothing? Answer me straight, Stanley. Do you believe that nothing is a bucket?
It all's a bucket, so nothing would be a bucket too. But that'd make everything a bucket, which nothing is part of everything, even though it's nothing. So nothing is a bucket. Yeah, it's definitely a bucket, yeah.
You know what? I'm too confused to even sort it out. I've lost all sense of perspective. What is a bucket? What isn't a bucket? Mere moments ago I could answer these questions with confidence. And yet now I'm somewhat adrift. Do any of us know what a bucket is?
Yes.
Am I a bucket?
There's a good chance.
Stanley, I can't keep doing this. I'm losing myself, and myself was all I ever had to begin with. I'm afraid the bucket is threatening to tear our relationship apart.
No.
I can't have that. I'm sorry. But I'm going to erase all buckets from the game entirely.
No!
Okay, here we go. What happened? Is everything gone?
Yeah, because everything's a
Why did everything
bucket.
disappear? Wait, was everything a bucket?
Yes!
Every single thing in the game was a bucket.
I just
My
told you
God,
that.
I
That was
had
what I
no
told you last
idea.
one.
How could... Except me. I'm not a bucket after all.
You might be.
And you, Stanley, you're still here. You're not a bucket either. Oh, this is wonderful news. We're not buckets. Yes, I actually feel much more at ease right now. It's delightful to get some clarity on that issue, but it doesn't change the fact that we haven't got a game. So, tell you what, I'll reset everything and we'll put back all of the buckets, okay?
'Kay.
And we'll know that it's all a bucket. But if you run into anyone else, maybe don't mention that. Who knows what that information might do to a person?
True.
All right, here we go.
All right.
Already this was uncomfortable, and Stanley decided that as soon as he found a new space he felt safe in, that he would never leave it again in his life.
There's the okay. I just had to make sure each really brought back the bucket.
Ah, the embrace of an old friend, a weathered companionship that stands the test of time.
There it is. That's it. That's what I'm gonna do. We're not.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the
I know.
meeting
I've been
room.
doing this whole time,
Stanley
but we're gonna
had
go.
felt
We're gonna
the
go
bucket
straight through. I'm not gonna
calling to
jump down this
telling
time.
him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be.
Yeah.
And here
Yeah.
it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct?
No.
Well, no, never mind. The bucket was wrong.
Yep. Bucket's always
Stanley
wrong when it
took the
comes to
door on
break
his
rooms.
left to go back to the meeting room.
Yeah, this is the meeting room over here.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. A cargo lift. Yeah, good.
Said the bucket.
Now ride the lift
That's
all the
not-
way to the
that's a
top.
good- I should not
There's
have grabbed
something
it.
up
Good
there
call.
I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious.
We'll try that. I'll do that
He
one
was
more
firmly
thing other than this
convinced
one.
that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
Good job, Stanley.
In here.
Said the bucket.
Go into this dark room over here.
Stanley once again obeyed blindly.
It's gonna go through that whole sequence again, isn't it? We already did the sequence. If it does, I'll stop it.
Now pick up the phone.
Said the bucket.
Pick up the phone, and it will take us back home, where we can go about life together.
Whoa, hold on. Why did you unplug the phone? Were you trying to resist the bucket's orders? Stanley, I was joking. Obviously, the bucket isn't talking to you and telling you to do things. Buckets can't talk.
It was a joke. Don't you get the joke? It's funny, Stanley. A talking bucket.
Can't you see? Oh, goodness. I must have really bungled up the delivery if you actually took me seriously. Where did I mess up the joke? Should I have paused for longer or spoken quicker? Comedic timing is so difficult. I wish I were better at it. But there isn't exactly an instructional video on comedy that one can watch to fully... Oh, wait, yes, there is.
Yeah.
It's sitting right here. Let's take a look.
What is comedic timing? What is comedic timing? How does it work? How long should it last? How can it be used to effectively silence your political enemies? And more importantly, Can it be taught in its entirety within 90 seconds? Thankfully, the answer to all of these questions is yes. Let's dive deeper. If you've ever told a joke or made someone laugh, in all likelihood, you did it while standing 50 to 80 centimeters from them in a room of no more than 76 degrees Fahrenheit, with one of your arms raised straight upward at a 15-degree angle from your body. These are the optimal conditions for good comedic timing. To begin the joke, start by stating and spelling your name. Next, provide a brief synopsis of the joke, including the specific times at which the recipient of the joke will laugh, and then spell out your name a second time. With these steps complete, it's time to begin the humor. Speak the entire joke in no more than 18 seconds and no less than 13 and a half, pausing only for bathroom breaks when necessary. When the joke has concluded, it is customary to inform your listener that the joke is over by declaring in your loudest possible voice, "I'm Dunny with the funny." Let's practice screaming, "I'm Dunny with the funny" now. Good. This saying is a perfect example of expectations management, which is the cornerstone of good comedy. Finally, it's time to hand out surveys. Collecting hard data from your audience on how rapt they were throughout the joke is the only way to grow or learn as a comedian. An effective survey should be no less than 10 pages long and should include the same question reprinted several times, just to ensure the survey taker is actually paying attention and not simply filling in answers at random. And that's all there is. With these strategies at your disposal, you'll have audiences doubled over in laughter and even tripled over in laughter in no time at all. Just remember to let them stop laughing at some point, you gut-busting little scamp. After all, we're each of us needed on the front lines of the war to fight the 12-legged invader who threaten our very existence and to very likely die in a hailstorm of bullets and mandibles. All of us must be prepared to give our lives to this noble cause, just as our children must do after us, and their children after them. Godspeed, and may Earth reign supreme.
Hey, goodness, this video is a little outdated, isn't it? Well, no matter. I think the fundamentals of proper comedic timing are still as relevant today as they were back then. So with that in mind, I believe the only way forward is for us to return to the two doors and walk through all of this again, so I can try telling my story with more appropriate comedic delivery. Come along, let's head back. I can feel it. This time, I'm really going to nail the delivery. You'll be in stitches. A talking bucket, you'll say? How ridiculous. How absurd. What a hilarious concept. The king of comedy. That's what you'll call me.
There's a fence on this now.
Instructional video. Otherwise, who knows where we'd be right now? Well, I wouldn't be the king of comedy, that's for sure. The bucket spoke to Stanley.
The bucket spoke.
The bucket spoke. Oh, I'll figure it out on the fly. No need to overthink things. Here we go. You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of two open doors, they entered the door on the left. No. You were supposed to go through the door on the right, leading back to the phone. Did you not even look at the instructional video? I think this is all covered very clearly. There's no way I can make the comedic timing work now. It's done. The joke is completely done and over. It's all your fault, Stanley. I'm going to be ridiculed in the community of other joke writers. I'm going to be shamed at every one of our meetings from now on. All because you couldn't watch a simple video and take a hint. Are you proud of yourself for bringing me down, Stanley? Are you proud? Here we go. You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of 2 open doors, they entered the door on the left.
He's not even saying anything now. He's not even saying anything now. He's not even saying anything. The sticker is gone. Yeah. Oh no, did I mess up? Oh, I just got it barred off going down lower. The narrator's being childish. I mean, we're stuck. We're stuck. It's that time anyway. It's way past that time. What'd y'all think? What'd y'all think? What'd you think? What'd you think? What'd you think? What do you think? Those of you that stuck around. I mean, what do you think? What do you think of the game? Wait, I gotta press the button.